comes by home run, single, or even just a walk. Winning in walk-off fashion is exciting. 3 in a row takes fun to a whole nother level. These last 3 walk-off victories for the Phillies have been pretty exhilarating. It's also felt like the old days here at Citizens Bank Park. The Phillies tonight get set for Game 2 of this 3-game series against the Diamondbacks, and in all honesty, they will take a win any way they get it. Hi, everybody. I'm Tom McCarthy along with Chris Wheeler. Pretty exciting stuff these last few nights for the Phillies. They've had 3 straight walk-off victories, and each one with different personalities.
Yeah, and a different way to do it. It has been a lot of fun, Tom. And one of those things about walk-off wins, you never get tired of them, although, as you said, it might be nicer just lead a game, play 8.5 innings and get out of here. But how about this flashback to the last time this has happened? All the way back to 2010. This was right before the All-Star break. Brian Schneider hits a home run to give the Phillies a walk-off win there, and that was kind of exciting. But hey, they went right back at it the next night against former teammate Arthur Rhodes, and Ryan Howard went out to left center field, deep left center field, and that one ended that one as his teammates wait for him there at home plate. The next night was a night we almost had a no-hitter here. The game eventually goes into extra innings, and then Jimmy Rollins, he wins it with a base hit. Carlos Ruiz scoring, and they won 3 straight games in their last at bat. And then last night, what an exciting 9th inning. Cody Ashley comes off the bench. He gets a breaking ball there, and he hooks it into the hole. They play hit and run, and Jimmy lines this just over the glove of second baseman into right field. And now they have first and third since she was running on the play. There's an intentional walk here to Michael Young, and then a strikeout to Kevin Franson, and then the 3-2 count with the crowd on their feet. Chase Utley takes it just a little bit inside, and a walk-off walk. That's one of the newer ones right there to see that. You don't see a whole lot of those. Cody Ashley comes across home plate, and the Phillies had that walk-off. In the 9th inning, the last 3 nights, you see what they've been able to do. They trailed in 2 out of the 3 games. It has been very, very exciting, but talking to Ryan Sandberg before the game, he said, yeah, this is really a lot of fun to watch. It gets everybody into it, but it could be a little bit easier.
Well, for the Phillies, they've never had 4 straight walk-off victories. Could tonight be the night? We shall see. It's Game 2 of this series between the Phils and the Diamondbacks. Randall Delgado over from the Atlanta Braves makes the start for the Diamondbacks. It's his 13th of the year. Meanwhile, Ethan Martin makes his 5th start of the season for the Phillies. Well, the other storyline, that is Darren Ruff. Boy, what a month of August he has had. He's tied for the National League lead in home runs for the month and second in the majors. Lineups at first pitch when we return. The Diamondbacks in game 2 of this 3-game series. Ethan Martin coming off a solid outing his last time out against the Colorado Rockies. He's looking to duplicate it against the Diamondbacks. Let's take a look at the D-backs lineup. It's brought to you by Xfinity, your home for the most live sports. Leading it up in center field, Tony Campana. Adam Eaton, the left fielder, bats second. Then Paul Goldschmidt and Martin Prado. Aaron Hill, the second baseman, bats fifth. Gerardo Parra, the right fielder, sixth. And the bottom third of Nieves, Pennington, and Randall Delgado. And they will indeed face 24-year-old right-hander Ethan Martin out of Toccoa, Georgia. 2-2 with an earned run average that is sinking, at least based on his last starts.
Yeah, he's been good in his last few times out. Really pitching good baseball for the Phillies. See, he has 22 strikeouts in 20 and 2/3 innings. Probably too many walks, too many hits per innings pitched. But the scouting report on him, he has a real good fastball that he's shown. Also the ability to throw his curve, change, and slider. Not too much with a changeup. Just 3 earned runs or less in each of his last 3 starts. That's why that ERA is coming down.
So Tony Campana will lead things off. Campana did not play in last night's game as a starter. He was a pinch runner, which you would expect because he's fast as anything.
Yeah, and he stole a base.
333 hitters so far in 8 games back in the big leagues. Phillies first saw him with the Chicago Cubs.
You figure he'll go up there and look at a few pitches, try to get on base because, as Tom said, he can really run once he gets on.
This year at AAA, he hit .293 with 32 stolen bases. 1 ball, 1 strike. Curved ball. I think that fooled the home plate umpire, Clint Fagan. That looked like a pretty good pitch.
Well, those big breaking balls like that, you really need the home plate umpire to stay with them because they cover a lot.
Fastball at the knees, 2-2.
What will happen is a catcher will work the umpire a little bit on those when he has a pitcher with a big breaking ball, saying, hey, I need you to stay with us now.
See if he goes back to it here. With a count even, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Nope, a fastball foul tipped, hung on by Ruiz. That was 96 miles an hour, so he juiced it up a little bit.
Right, and that's what you want to see a veteran catcher like Carlos Ruiz do early in the game, especially is when you get to 2-2, is not throw an off-speed pitch there. That he may be at 3-2 and then he has to throw a fastball because the hitter's still guessing a little bit at 2-2. And as Tom said, this is a really good fastball right here. It's up a little bit, but it's not one of those ones that a guy's going to catch up to.
So Martin has 1 out. Here's Adam Eaton, 0 for 3 last night with a run scored. Eaton hit .259 last year with the Diamondbacks. This year at .245 with 2 home runs and 9 runs batted in. Outside, 1 ball, no strikes. Eaton did play some minor league games this year. He played 26 games for Reno. Reno is where Greg Gross is the hitting coach for the Arizona Diamondbacks. Two balls, no strikes. And now 3-0. Last outing, Martin walked just 2. Will said that 10 walks at 20 and 2/3. He probably has to limit those. Well, he is starting to. At least he did in his last outing. And that was a good sign for him.
Yeah, 10 walks and 22 hits. That's too many base runners.
Absolutely.
You're going to pitch in a lot of trouble, and you're also not going to pitch deep into ball games. You're going to throw too many pitches, and that's something Rich Doobie and the Phillies would like him to cut down on.
Well, it's back full, 3-2.
Went a little deeper last time out, which was good to see. Had some quicker innings.
3 balls, 2 strikes. You saw Goldschmidt on deck. That one's out toward left field. Dominic Brown heading back and makes the catch.
Well, it's time now for a Nissan Keys to tonight's game. Hard to find a better night for baseball. It is just perfect here at Citizens Bank Park. We talked about those walk-off wins. Well, 4 straight. That would be club history. They like to make it a little bit easier and maybe win at 8.5 and see if Ethan Martin can keep getting better because he has been improving. They still are caught in between, I think, a little bit right now, whether he's a starter or a bullpen piece, but he's a keeper.
Well, he's got 2 outs. Here's Paul Goldschmidt, the best player in the Diamondbacks order. National League leader in home runs with 31. National League leader in RBIs with 100. That's some big time numbers right there across the board.
He's hit 3 lifetime homers off the Phillies. They've all been here in this ballpark. That's a good curveball. He gets over there, and the young home plate umpire really stayed with that one.
No balls, 2 strikes. That'll be out of play over the first base dugout. Martin said after his last outing, he said, I feel like I can slow things down now, be patient, and just go at it. He credited Carlos Ruiz for his success. Just off the outside corner, the left side of the infield was starting to head to the dugout. And it's 1-2. Prior to his last outing, he was walking in from the bullpen with Carlos Ruiz. And Carlos looked at him at one point and said, listen, I got you tonight. So from that point on, Martin thought, all right, I'm just going to follow his lead. And that lead led to, in a short period of time, the best outing Martin's had since coming up to the big leagues.
It's an idea to follow a veteran catcher like Carlos Ruiz, who not only knows how to work with a pitcher, but also knows the hitters. We'll go fastball away and try and get him out here.
1-2 pitch. Fastball popped up. They'll give it a look, but it'll be back a few rows.
A lot of foul balls in this inning, which runs up a pitch count, especially when the hitters start hitting them with 2 strikes.
Tonight's game is also available in Spanish. Just use the SAP button on your television or change the language through the menu on your cable box. Little foul ball. And it remains 1-2.
The other thing, you're throwing so many fastballs to a guy like Goldschmidt, he'll time you after a while. And yet you don't necessarily want to go breaking ball in a 2-2. Well, it's only 1-2, so they may. They did.
And they do. They go slider, and it's 2-2.
Right, and that was the idea. What I mean, you throw that many fastballs to a guy like this, he's going to time you, and he might really hurt you with a home run. So that time they decided to go off speed. Now maybe you go back to a fastball.
And they go slider again, 3-2.
Now look out. You want to throw that fastball in a good spot.
He goes curveball, and Goldschmidt doesn't bite. Actually, that may have been another slider. Started out looking like a curveball, but it is one at 85. So that's a slider. That's a 10-pitch at bat. And it's the first walk issued by Ethan Martin. And it brings Martin Prado to the plate.
That's one of the things we're talking about with Ethan Martin. He gets involved in long innings, and you can't pitch him deep into a ball game. And give Goldschmidt a lot of credit there to make him work that hard.
Well, here's Martin Prado, who's been one of the better hitters in the league since the All-Star break.
It's interesting that Carlos Ruiz got to a point after all those fastballs being fouled off, he didn't want to go back to one. It's almost like he thought this guy may be getting close to timing him. We're going to try this, see if we can get him out this way. And they walked him.
And he went 3 straight sliders, and he misses with a fastball to Prado. That one was a little low, and it's 1-0.
Prado got a typical Prado hit last night, a line drive. This one he pulled. A lot of times he'll hit him the other way. Pulled it over Jimmy Rollins' head. Dominic Brown, I don't think he saw it right away, and it scooted all the way to the wall in a hurry. Turned into a 2-run double. He had a tough inning anyway with that ball he lost in the twilight last night.
Well, Prado is not your typical cleanup hitter. But as we saw with the Braves, he bat anywhere.
Here it is. He just smokes it right over Jimmy's head. And Dominic Brown, I don't think he saw it right away because he had a bad angle at it. And by the time he saw it, it was to the wall. It's a fast out.
1 ball, 1 strike to Prado. Inside, 2-1.
First two hitters, he got him pretty fast, and now it's a struggle.
Bill Meyer giving some signs to Ruiz whether they want to throw over for Goldschmidt. Goldschmidt has stolen 13 bases. He went according to the home plate umpire, and it's 2-2.
Well, they're seeing all these breaking balls from Ethan Martin, and they're going to store that away, or the Diamondbacks, I would think, for certain situations where they may decide to run. So Mick, one of his things that he does in there is try and look at those potential situations and try and guess with the other team.
Well, now Goldschmidt will be off with the count 3-2. Aaron Hill's on deck. He's having a good year for the Diamondbacks. Well, unlike his last outing where he cruised and dominated the first inning, not so much here with Martin. This is his third full count. Runner goes, pitch is slapped foul, and it remains 3-2.
And that was ball 4, so he got a little help from Prado there as he chased that fastball away.
Diamondbacks acquired Prado this offseason along with the guy that's starting tonight for the Diamondbacks. Goldschmidt goes again. That ball's hit well deep to left field. Dominic Brown going back, and the Diamondbacks will have a 2-0 lead. Home run number 13 for Martin Prado.
With high fastballs in this league, you really don't get away with them that often, and that's what he did. He threw a high fastball to Prado on a 3-2 count. 2 outs, nobody on base, and then all kinds of pitches, and it's 2-0. Look where this is. It's supposed to be a fastball down and away. It's a fastball, runs into the middle of the plate and up, gone, real fast.
12th career home run for Martin Prado. And the pitch is low, 1 ball and no strikes. He's only thrown a couple curveballs. He's thrown more sliders in this inning.
Well, his fastball command is non-existent in this inning, and also they're fouling off a lot of pitches, and he's gotten squeezed a little bit too, so that combination makes for a long inning, and as it turns out, 2 runs. Right now they're already thinking, uh-oh, we're going to need some bullpen arms here tonight, and they've been good lately.
Now the 2-1 pitch to Aaron Hill. Fastball a little high, 3-1.
Starting to aim it right now too. Really struggling with that command, and you cannot pitch at this level without fastball command. That's number 1.
Outside, ball 4, so second walk issued. Rich Doobie's going to come out and talk to the young right-hander. Give him a chance to take a breather. Gerardo Parra is coming up, a left-handed batter.
Talked last time about slowing everything up, and it really did help him a lot last time, because the game, if you let it speed up too much for you, you're really going to get in trouble at this level, and it looks like it's sped up for him here in this inning. He can't catch up to it.
Yeah, and it's the Goldschmidt at bat where sort of ignited him. Yeah. Wouldn't you agree with the 10 pitches?
Because he fouled off some good pitches that he's used to in his career, of guys making outs on them.
Time now for our Coors Light Cold Hard Fact, brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light. Phillies wheels are 23-13 versus the Diamondbacks since the beginning of the 2008 season, including a 13-3 record here at Citizens Bank Park.
The last 2 teams that have come in here that they've won these games against, they have played very well against. The Rockies and the Diamondbacks. They play well against the West anyway.
I was going to say, it's all part of their success against the National League West.
The trouble with the Dodgers this year, they caught the Dodgers at the wrong time. They'd have caught the Dodgers in April and May, they'd have been all right. They didn't.
Yeah, the Diamondbacks had some games against the Dodgers in April and May, and that's why they have a 7-5 record against them.
Talking about his fastball command, just can't throw it over. It's like he got hurt on one, and now he's really timid and tentative. And now he's behind in a count to another guy who can pop one on you. That guy has made a living against the Phillies. Prado. So many big hits over the years.
Out front, that was a changeup, and it's 2-2. Seems like he knows everybody. He knows Starr. He knows the Philadelphia police officer.
Well, he came into this yard a lot of years with the Braves 3 times a year.
There was a young Diamondbacks fan who was out behind home plate in a wheelchair before the ball game, getting a chance to say hello to a lot of the Diamondbacks players, including Prado. That's who he was signaling to as he rounded the bases. Parra hits one toward left center field, and it's cut off on one hop by Brown. And that'll put runners on first and second with 2 outs. There's that fan that he pointed to. He was back behind home plate here at Citizens Bank Park.
Number 27.
With a smile on his face.
That's for you.
Yeah.
That's nice.
That's pretty cool.
That's really nice. What a thrill, huh?
Well, here's Will Nieves with runners on first and second. Nieves has hit it 10 of his last 13, making 11 of his last 14. That's going to score a run because it's hit so softly to center. And it's now 3-0 Diamondbacks.
All with 2 outs. Nobody on base.
So Nieves picks up his 22nd run batted in. Little floater out towards center. No chance for Bernardino to make a play at the plate.
They're already going to get somebody out.
It's Luis Garcia that's up and throwing in the pen.
Well, the Phillies in the middle of 20 out of 20 right now, and you'd never want to see a starter go early, real early, like this could happen tonight, but especially when you don't have an off day, because it has a domino effect.
Outside, 1-0. Cliff Pennington, the hitter. He was 1 for 4 last night.
Wow. Started off so well.
Really did.
He's got a confidence thing working right now. And that's what this league will do to you when things don't go right sometimes. That will really hurt you right there. Only 2 first pitch strikes. He's been behind almost everybody.
Yeah, Ruiz is stalling now.
Oh, well, they can see there's a real problem going on out there right now. And at one point they thought, well, you know, he's going to have a lot of pitches when this inning ends. Right now they're thinking, can we get him through this inning?
Yeah. On the Toyota Major League scoreboard, the Tigers shut out the Mets today 3-0. They beat up Matt Harvey. I shouldn't say beat him up. They only scored 3 runs, but they banged out all those hits. Max Scherzer got the win. He threw 118 pitches. He keeps on rolling. I think if you're the Tigers, you're probably sitting there thinking, we had 15 hits and we only scored 3 runs.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to look at that box score, see what happened there. Were there a bunch of double plays in there or singles?
Inside with a slider. Why do you think he's not throwing his curveball, Wheels? Think there's a blister, or you think there's something causing that?
I don't know. What I see from him right now is we were talking about. He can't throw his fastball.
No, you're right.
And he's really struggling right now with confidence, I think.
There's ball 4 and the bases are loaded. I'm sure this is going to be his last batter.
Right. They'll probably give him one more shot. They'll let him pitch to the pitcher here and then see what happens.
He just asked if he'll get him now. Yeah, he's going to go get him now.
Yeah. Boy, this is the last thing you thought was going to happen in this game, where your guy has 2 outs and nobody on base, and he doesn't make it through the first inning.
Particularly the way he pitched in his last outing. So that's going to be it for Ethan Martin. It's an early exit, just 2/3 of an inning. The Phillies trailing at 3-0, trying to limit the damage.
He just absolutely lost it in this inning.
So a pitching change. This is one of the earliest I can remember here in 2013. It's an AT&T call to the bullpen. Luis Garcia is coming on to face Randall Delgado, the 9th man to come up in the inning. Rich Doobie came over and sat down next to him after he went just the 2/3 of an inning. There's a pat on the back from Michael Young. That's a veteran who's been around and understands that these things are going to happen from time to time. You don't expect it, particularly after his last outing. Now he turns things over to Luis Garcia. Garcia, his earned run average has gone up 2 runs in his last 2 outings.
One of the toughest things for a starter when this happens is now you got to sit around for 4 or 5 days. Or the next time he pitches, it'll be against Matt Harvey on Getaway Day in New York next Thursday, if everything goes according to form. And it's a long time to think about what happened, as opposed to a position player, even a reliever that has a tough day, get right back at him the next day.
All right, so the bases are loaded. Here's Randall Delgado looking like he wants to hit. He's 5 for 19 this year.
And that closed stance.
Takes outside, 1 ball and no strikes.
Well, they obviously have to get out of this with 3. Get the pitcher out here.
Chopper past the mound. Utley has to charge. Gets to it. Side is retired. 3 runs score in the inning. Those 3 runs charged to the line of Ethan Martin, who goes 2/3. So all he can do is sit and watch and hope his offense can pick him up, and the bullpen as well. Well, the Phillies will have to come from behind, and they've done a better job of that over the recent weeks. As they trail at 3-0, we go to the bottom of the first. Let's take a look at the Phillies starting lineup. It's brought to you by Xfinity, your home for the most live sports. Leading it off at center field, Roger Bernardino. Jimmy Rollins, the shortstop, bats second. Chase Utley hits third, followed by Dominic Brown and Carlos Ruiz. Darren Ruff's over at first base. He'll bat sixth. In the bottom third, Cody Ashe, Casper Wells, and Luis Garcia now for the Phils. And they'll face 23-year-old right-hander Randall Delgado.
Well, he's a good-looking young pitcher. He was really the key to that deal last year when they wound up getting Justin Upton. Prado, a big important part of that, too, going over from the Atlanta Braves. But they wanted a young pitcher in return, and they wound up getting Randall Delgado, who was very highly regarded coming out of Panama, 23 years of age, in the Atlanta Braves system. Our scouting report on him mentioned that key to the Justin Upton deal. He tries to sink his fastball. He'll throw curve and changeup. Phillies have seen him in a couple of starts when he was with the Atlanta Braves, and he has good stuff. Now, whether or not he's going to be as good as Tehran, maybe not, and that's what the Braves wanted in that deal. They did not want to lose Tehran. They were willing to trade Delgado.
Yeah, last time he faced the Phillies was last year. He went 8 innings, 6 hits, and 2 runs. He wound up losing that ball game 4-0. Roger Bernardino starts things off, and he takes low. Bernardino 0 for 5 in a Phillies uniform. Overall, 172 this year.
Just part of the lineup tinkering that Ryan Sandberg has done since he took over a week ago. And tonight he said he just wanted to put Bernardino in the leadoff spot, use his speed a little bit. Just as he put it, he says, I got to see what I have with some of these guys. And this is one of the ways to do it.
Foul ball. It's 1-2. He also said, and I thought this was great when he was talking about this. He said that he wants the players to be on their toes. He wants them to come to the ballpark each day and maybe see a different lineup, maybe see themselves in different positions on the field. And today you've got Darren Ruff playing first base with Casper Wells playing right field. Last night you had Michael Young playing third base. You know, he was mixing and matching. He said he likes that part of it. He thinks it's good for the team. Outside, 3-2.
Well, he also can do it too, because this is like spring training right now. You're still playing your season. You're trying as hard as you can to win games, but you can experiment to the point you couldn't do if you were in a race.
Here's the 3-2 to Bernardino. Pulls it to the right side and right at Aaron Hill. Now 1 out. That brings Jimmy Rollins to the plate.
Have to stay after him here tonight. They were able to do that in the game earlier this week. When your pitcher has an inning like that and you're back on your heels for half an hour, it can suck the life out of you. And they've been playing with a little more enthusiasm lately, so we'll see what happens tonight.
Rollins was 1 for 2 last night. He came on as a pinch hitter. He had a big hit in the 9th inning when the Phillies were able to pick up the victory. Ethan Martin still hanging out on the bench. I'm sure he'll be there for a little while. No balls, 1 strike to Rollins. And it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Lucky McDonald's Phillies home run jackpot contestant is Roger Horos of Lansdale. Phillies hit a home run in tonight's ball game, then Roger will win $100. Ground ball right side. Goldschmidt. 2 outs.
Delgado doing to this point what they want him to do, even though he went 3-2 in the leadoff batter Bernardino. This is one of those important shutdown innings when you had a 9-batter inning, you give him a 3-0 lead, you're on the road, don't give anything back right away.
Well, Chase Utley's the hitter. Utley was up last night with the bases loaded, and he worked out the walk to give the Phils the victory. See what he's done his last 9 games. I asked him today. I said, all right, what are you thinking at that point when the count is 3-2? And you got a guy who potentially has a very good breaking pitch in De La Rosa. I said, are you thinking maybe he's going to sneak a fastball by me, or are you thinking that he is going to throw you that breaking pitch? He said, well, in my mind, he goes, I thought he was going to throw that breaking pitch. He said, I just had to be ready for it. And he said on tape, it looked a lot closer to the plate than it did when it happens. He said, but if you look at one of those pitch effects websites or one of those boxes, he said he thinks that box would show you legitimately that that ball was inside, and it was.
Well, he threw it right at him too. Watch where he throws it. He starts it at him, and then it's inside. Nowhere near comes crossing the front of home plate, which is the key to it. Now where Tuffy Ghostwich caught it.
2-1 pitch to Utley. Foul tip, and it's 2-2.
He'd thrown him a couple tougher ones away from him, and that's the one that really gets to a hitter because they see it out of the hand. Maybe it's a strike, and then it breaks away. That one came right at him. The only fear you have as a hitter on that one is if you freeze, comes over the plate, you're done.
Dominic Brown waits for his first turn. Second 3-ball 2-strike count, and there's ball 4. They do appeal. Tim McClellan says no swing. And the Phillies have a base runner. And the A-base goes out to the mound. Delgado has been beatable in recent starts. Now the Diamondbacks are 6-1 in his last 7 starts, but he's given up 3 or more runs in 4 straight games, and during that time he's given up 6 home runs.
Total of 13 on the season for him. 6 to left-handed hitters and 7 to right-handed hitters.
Well, here is a left-handed hitter, and Dominic Brown with a runner at first, and Brown takes outside 1-0.
One of the things the Phillies have done very well in winning these games is their bullpen has not allowed the opposition to tack on runs as the game goes along. Well, they'll really be tested for that tonight because they're going to have to pitch 8-9 innings.
Change up. Oh no, fastball, excuse me. 1 ball, 1 strike. That's a pretty good sink action on it.
That's what he throws. His fastball is a sinker. He basically 3 pitches. A changeup, which he's using this inning, and breaking balls in between. They call it a curve.
There's the changeup.
And a real good one. Great arm motion with that changeup. You see him tuck it back in his hand. Throws as hard as he does his fastball, but with the grip it comes out slower.
Dominic 2 for 4 in yesterday's game. And he goes after another changeup, and the side is retired. First strikeout for Delgado. Phillies do get a base runner, but they leave him over at first. We've played 1. Diamondbacks with the early lead. Giants homestand is tomorrow afternoon at 1:35 when the Phillies take on the Arizona Diamondbacks. And all fans 14 and under coming to Citizens Bank Park tomorrow will receive the ShopRite backpack. Compliments of the good folks at ShopRite. Order your tickets now by going to Phillies.com. Top of the order, Tony Campana leads it off here in the second. Campana struck out in his first at bat. Ethan Martin got the first two hitters, and then the wheels started to fall off on him. Got to hurry on this one. Garcia gets off the mound quickly. He recognizes it. He is quick.
Well, he really runs. He looks like he's running fast. Well, a long time. Well, here's a look at the out right here. Watch how fast he is. But everything about him looks like he is really running fast. And he is a little guy. And he busted out that box. I can't remember the last time I saw a pitcher get knocked out in the first inning, got the first two guys out. That rarely happens. Now, you'll see them where they can't get through that first inning, but not when the first two guys are out.
Adam Eaton takes low. He lined out to left field his first time up.
Just think out of the next 7, there's an out in there somewhere.
Plus, he had 2 strikes to the next 2 hitters.
Yeah.
Eventually run the count full 3-2.
Brown's out there in the outfield saying, "Oh, this guy looks just about like it did last night when we had that problem." It's twilight time. Heavenly shade. It's a great song.
Who was the singer? That one's hit out toward right center field. Bernardina can't get to it. It gets by him. It's going to roll to the wall, and Eaton's on his way to third. He has good wheels, and he'll get there easily. It's a stand-up triple.
Boy, he was flying around the bases, too. They were playing him to left center. Fairly hard-throwing pitcher out there, and a left-handed hitter. You don't think he's going to pull the ball where he did. Bernardina really didn't have any shot at it. There it is. It was a breaking ball, and that's another reason why he pulls. You see where Roger Bernardino was playing, and then he just turns on the jets and coasts into third base with that stand-up triple.
It's his second triple of the year. And now Goldschmidt, he started the 3-run rally with a walk. Phillies will play the infield in somewhat.
It's hard to believe that the key at bat in the first inning of a game was the 3-hole hitter. But it really was. That 10-pitch at bat, he was never the same. Ethan Martin was never the same after that.
Ethan wound up throwing 44 pitches in the first inning, 22 strikes, 22 balls. He became the first Phil's pitcher since Cole Hamels in 2010 to go just 2/3 of an inning. Ground ball to shortstop. They got a play at the plate. But Rollins throws to first. Did they have a play at the plate?
Yeah, it was going to be bang bang.
Okay.
And I think that's what he decided to do with already with 1 out. Now he was in, and they're playing the infield in, so that doesn't happen. I guess he went on contact to get there that fast. Let's see if we can see. Does he break immediately? Yep, he goes on contact. Jimmy does have a play. I don't know. He just decides he wants to go to first. I really thought he was going to go home too, because he had time. He had a good angle. It wasn't like he had to throw across his body or anything. You have to ask him on that one why.
Maybe he lost the grip of the ball.
Yeah.
It was fast. Maybe in his judgment, he didn't think he had enough time to get a throw there, and he didn't want to.
That's it.
Let an inning unravel.
That's it, exactly. With the middle of the order up too, with the heart of the order up.
No balls, 1 strike to Prado.
He had a very good look, too, at the runner. Eaton breaking on contact, and that's another thing in his mind as he's fielding the baseball. All right, the guy broke on contact means he has a great jump.
Oh, 2 pitch. In the dirt, 1-2.
Here's that home run. We've seen Prado hit a lot of high pitches against the Phillies over the years, and he does it again. It was not a strike. In fact, the pitch before that he had fouled off that was out of the strike zone. That's another one that wasn't a strike, and he hammers it out of the ballpark.
Prado grounds it to shortstop. Jimmy Rollins gobbles it up. Side is retired. A run does score. 1 hit. It was a triple. They played 1.5. So the Diamondbacks increased their lead by 1 as we go to the bottom of the 7th. Bills have some ground to make up, and they have been able to do it over the last couple of days. We'll see if they can do it again. Hey, the Phillies' wives do some great work in the community, and to tell us about a brand new initiative that's going to take place this weekend, here's Murph with Margaret Sandberg. Murph?
All right, thank you very much, Tom. Yeah, a terrific initiative it is, and it's all happening tonight at the ballpark and on Phillies.com. We'll tell you about that in just a minute, but Margaret, welcome, and it's good to have all of you guys here tonight. Tell us, Margaret, a little bit about what's going on and what the folks here at the ballpark can expect tonight and what the folks at home can do at home.
Okay, right now we're selling these for auction, these Pro Packs. We have 8 here at the ballpark and 5 online, so you can go to Phillies.com/wives. And bid on these auction items. They're really awesome. They're personalized, so that's what makes it better.
That is what's cool about it, guys. They're called Pro Packs, and basically a lot of the different players and coaches, Ryan, this is his Pro Pack right here, and the manager, the coaches and the managers, they have all these personalized stuff in here. Tell us a little bit about what's in Ryan's Pro Pack, because folks can bid on this and they can bring it home and own it.
Right, exactly. Actually, Ryan threw in his fungal bat, which I didn't know he was going to do that, so that's kind of cool. And he has his favorite candy, his chapstick, his emery boards, and he is handy, so I have a toolbox in there. Oh, and a hose. He loves gardening.
There's an autographed garden hose in here, an autographed Ryan Sandberg garden hose. I mean, who else in the world would have something like that?
Nobody.
Not even you would have that. Well, I got to ask you, and we should remind folks that you can bid on it here at the ballpark tonight, but also on Phillies.com through Monday at noon. All right, well, I got to ask you, Margaret, why we have you here. It's probably been a whirlwind couple of weeks for you as well over the last. How have you handled everything, the changes that have gone on, Ryan, now the manager of the Philadelphia Phillies?
Very calmly. No,
that's it.
No, it has been a whirlwind. It's been great. I mean, Ryan's really worked hard for this, and I'm so happy and proud that he got his chance. It's exciting. He's jumping up for joy inside. He doesn't really show it, but I'm thrilled beyond.
Well, congratulations on that. And ladies, thank you so much. Congratulations to all of you guys. Check out online at Phillies.com all the great items. You can bid on that or come down to the ballpark and you can bid here if you're here tonight. So terrific stuff. Thank you, guys. Tom, we'll send it back to you.
All right, Murph, thank you very much. And by the way, I have to say, Murph, that who would have a garden hose and who would have an emery board in their basket? We know exactly who would have a garden hose and an emery board in their basket. Wheels?
Sarge?
Sarge would have a garden hose and an emery board.
Cooking utensils.
Yeah.
I don't know about a toolbox. He'd have cooking utensils. Crock pots.
Yeah, all
kind
kinds
of stuff.
of things. It would be a crock pot that he would use.
Yeah, well.
Darren Ruff fouls one back. It remains 2-2. Darren Ruff has hit it 3 straight. Overall, 275. Look at the power numbers for August. 8 home runs, which is tied for the top number in the National League and second to Miguel Cabrera in Major League Baseball. 2-2 pitch to Ruff. Outside, 3-2.
Finish it off where Adam Eaton tripled. The song is Twilight Time, and it's by the Platters.
Not the Silver Platters.
The Platters.
Platters.
Great group. Great doo-wop group.
Swing and a miss. He got him with a changeup. So the second strikeout, and the second time he's thrown that changeup to get a strikeout.
Yeah, to a right-handed hitter, and that's always tough when you're in a lineup and you're thinking with a right-handed pitcher, he's going to throw that changeup to left-handed hitters and break the ball to right-handers. Well, now he comes with a changeup, really tucks that thing back, and it dies. He has tremendous arm motion with his changeup. Big, long arm, and then here comes that thing squirting out of his hand. Plenty of fastball to throw it off, too.
Cody Ashley takes strike 1. Cody's hit in 5 straight.
Had a big pinch hit last night to start the winning rally.
Gets that one off the end of the bat towards second. And this is a 30 pitch first 2 innings for Randall Delgado. He's allowed just the 1 walk, which was in the first inning. We've completed our first 2 here in South Philly. .com. Go to the fans section for all the information and please submit your answer. The subject line. Wheels, who holds the Diamondbacks single season record for stolen bases?
Oh, wow.
It's a blast from the past. I'll give you a hint that you can take with you to the 7th inning.
Go ahead.
Those uniforms they wore last night.
Oh yeah,
he wore those uniforms
in that era, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that was back around 1999, 2000, somewhere in that era.
John Mayberry takes over in left field for Dominic Brown. We'll get a report as to why Dominic has been lifted from this game. 1 ball, no strikes to Aaron Hill. And he takes outside, 2-0.
He had a funky swing at a changeup here. That's what you and I were talking about between innings. Noticed that when he swung at it, and then he bounced kind of funny, but ankle, knee, We'll see.
So John Mayberry will bat in Dominic Brown's spot. That's the cleanup spot. Ground ball back toward the middle. That'll get into center field and a base hit. So Aaron Hill, who's hit in 16 of his last 17 games, is aboard to start the third. Jay McLaughlin just told us that Dominic Brown left the ball game with right heel soreness.
Well, if your heel hurts, it's pretty hard to run. Now, hopefully it's nothing serious, because Dominic Brown's been a heck of a player this year.
80 RBIs. Here's Gerardo Parra. He singled to left his first time up. Inside and low, 1-0. Diamondbacks have 5 hits in the first 3 innings. The Dodgers are the hot team in baseball, although they lost today to the Red Sox 4-2. But they've been in first place for a little more than a month, right around 31 days. The Diamondbacks, well, they were in first place in the National League West for 81 days. First half of the season, they were 50-45.
Oh, they were looking really good. The Dodgers were awful. Amazing how that division turned around, and the other teams are a non-factor in it. Teams that have been really good in the past, like the Rockies and like the Giants, of course, who are defending world champions.
Well, in the second half, the Diamondbacks are 15-17. Ground ball right side, and that has eyes. It goes to right field. Hill stops at second. Of the 6 hits, there have been a few that have been softly hit. And now Will Nieves is coming up. Get Philly sports news and sports when you're on the go. Be the first to know the latest in all your Philly teams right now from your smartphone. Download the free CSN Sports app today. Nieves singled home run his first time up, so he is 1 for 1. The largest stretch of time consecutively that Diamondbacks were in first place, Wills, was May 17th till the 22nd of July. That's the last time they relinquished first place.
Yeah, well, the Dodgers started to really pick it up in June, later in July, and they just continued into August, of course. You know, 15-17 after the All-Star break isn't good, but it's not horrendous. It could still keep you in first place unless somebody got real hot. Well, somebody got real hot.
Yeah, the Phillies are 10-22 since the All-Star break.
Well, that will get you in trouble.
Off the plate, back toward the mound. Garcia looks at second, throws, and he threw it right past Rollins. Utley backed it up, went to first, but it wasn't in time, and the bases are now loaded. And the ball just wasn't hit hard enough for Garcia to have a play at either third or second.
Normally the catcher directs traffic on that, and I can't believe a player like Carlos Ruiz would tell him to throw to second. So he does this on his own. This is just a brain cramp. Yeah, he's not pointing at all. In fact, Ruiz is probably just thinking, well, you got a clock in your head, right? You got to know that guy's at second base by now. You have no chance to get him. That's just as I said, it's just a brain cramp. They've been playing pretty good baseball lately, but this one's starting to look a little bit like some of the other ones right now.
How about the play that Utley made to back that up and make that catch?
Yeah, well, that's where he's supposed to be, to back up. And as you say, he's standing right there, and it came to him. Jimmy was right in front of him. He could have screened him.
3 feet behind him. It goes down as a fielder's choice, and the bases are loaded. Ground ball to second. That should be 2. There's 1. And there's 2. If a run scores, it's 5-0 Arizona.
Well, that's the best you could hope for out of that. So it turns out that they probably would not have gotten a run if he'd have made the proper play, because it would have been second and third, one out, and they would have played the infield in. That was a weak ground ball, and I don't know if they'd even gone on contact, but if they did, they'd have had to play at the plate. So right now, that gives up a run, no matter what else happens. Juan Samuel ducked twice down there. And of course, you never know what the hitter's going to do in that situation. But in that case, if it were that way, that's what would have happened.
No balls, 1 strike to Delgado, and a high fastball, 0-2. He got it with a slider. Ruiz will flip over to first. So another run scores for the Diamondbacks. 3 in the first, 1 in the second, 1 in the third, and now it's 5-0 Arizona. HD, triple play provider of your Phillies. Buy the Quality Plus Sports stores. Go further and buy Citizens Bank, where good banking is good citizenship. Isn't it time you experience good banking? Bottom of the third, Casper Wells, the pitcher's spot, and then the top of the order. I would think Garcia will bat. I think they still need to get another inning or 2 out of him. When the Phillies get off this next road trip, they'll take on the Washington Nationals for a 3-game series. It begins on Monday the 2nd. That's a Hatfield Phillies Frank's Dollar Dog Night here at Citizens Bank Park. Get tickets for all 3 games of that series at Phillies.com. Casper Wells 1 for 16. Good numbers against the Diamondbacks for his career, and it's 0-1.
Delgado's doing a good job with his stuff with a lead. He's front running really well, mixing them up. He has the hitters totally off balance and really effective with his changeup. And he's getting ahead with his fastball, and that's the way you pitch up here.
Try to throw that changeup there, and he threw it out of the strike zone.
Well, he's making it very apparent that he will throw it to right-handers and left-handers. Be ready.
Look out. Oh, man.
Oh, boy. That was a changeup, too, probably, when you get that far out in front. It's really off speed.
That gentleman had his glove, but that ball was hit too fast for him even to bring that glove up.
That was a scary one.
And he is okay, thankfully. Up high, 2-2. Foul tip, and there's one away. Third strikeout for Delgado. And Luis Garcia is coming up. Well, taking a look at our Mazda leaders, the highest fastball percentage, pitchers, highest fastball percentage, the Diamondbacks and the Phillies. Now, you would think that with the Phillies because of Cliff Lee and with Cole Hamels. That also includes the cutter. Diamondbacks at 69%. There's a fastball from Delgado to Garcia. One ball, one strike.
Well, rare is the major league pitcher that doesn't use his fastball to set up everything else and have command of his fastball. And that was one of the problems that young Ethan Martin had tonight. After a while, he just couldn't command it. And you're going to be throwing breaking balls and pitches like that. Well, they're not going to swing at them because you're behind in the count all the time.
1-2 pitch. Outside, 2-2.
This is a bail and whale hitter.
He does not have an official at bat in the big leagues.
Look where he's standing and watch where the front foot goes.
He's a big guy, though. He's got big play coverage.
Watch the front foot.
It's already open.
I recognize that.
Swing at bunt.
A lot of people that tried to play this game recognize that style of hitting.
2-3 on the put out, 2 outs. And Roger Bernardina is coming up. He grounded out his only time up. He's 0 for 1.
He's not only front running really well, he hasn't given up a hit. One base runner.
Yeah, one base runner. That was the walk to Chase Utley. Starts Bernardina off with a changeup. Phillies picked up Roger Bernardina from the Washington Nationals when the Nationals picked up David DeJesus, who they have since sent to the Tampa Bay Rays.
That poor guy, he didn't have time to unpack.
Well, he's in the pennant race though.
Yeah, he gained some ground.
Popped him up left side. Martin Prado comes walking down, makes the catch. Phillies go down in order. So through 3, Delgado does not have a hit allowed. Wheels, when you come back, he'll have allowed a base hit. products that will mop up the worst of your cleaning problems. And WB Mason delivers same day, so your worst messes will be yesterday's news. Top of the fourth, Diamondbacks lead at 5-0. Then Garcia will face the top of the order, Tony Campana, Adam Eaton, Paul Goldschmidt. Sarge, the first 3 innings didn't go particularly well for the Phillies.
No, sure hasn't.
Campana takes in 1-0.
No control problems with Ethan Martin. Can't get to where you can't throw a ball over the plate. You will get into all kind of trouble doing that. Become predictable.
There's Adam Eaton, the other Adam Eaton. He waits on deck. And the 3-0 pitch coming to Campana. Taken all the way, and he takes ball 4. His last 2 pitches were awfully close. Well, Thursday the 29th, Comcast Sportsnet in Atlantic City invite you to join the Philly fanatic to watch the Phillies take on the Mets on a giant screen on the beach of Atlantic City. Find out more information, including the location, by going to Phillies.com/beach. Adam Eaton tripled his last time up. 1 for 2. That's 5 in a row, excuse me, out of the strike zone for Garcia.
Well, he's got to start to throw that ball a little bit more around the plate. Got a fast runner on and become predictable with that fastball. Pretty good pitch. Become predictable with the fastball there. That's, again, you get into trouble because guys can square that ball up. Got to be able to mix in breaking balls and off-speed pitches.
That was part of the issue that Ethan Martin had when he couldn't throw the fastball. He was only throwing slider. He didn't really throw many curveballs.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised too, though. Tony Campana hasn't tried to steal a base.
I think they thought he was going there. It almost looked like Ruiz was going to cheat to try to get that throw, so he can get off a quick throw to second base.
Now, usually, though, behind the plate, they will get in position there. Steve Sachs, first base coach, longtime second baseman with the Los Angeles Dodgers and Yankees, had a difficult time throwing the ball to first base from second.
Up high 2-2. Steve Sachs part of this coaching staff. It includes Matt Williams, the third base coach, Don Baylor, the hitting coach, of course Kirk Gibson, the manager, Charles Nagy is the pitching coach. A foul ball. It remains 2-2.
Campana actually started and kind of stopped as if he did not get a jump.
There's Matt Williams. Some folks think that in the offseason he'll be interviewing for some managerial jobs.
Well, that has been the talk.
And Campana is out trying to get back to first base. Quick tag by Ruff. Quick feet by Garcia. And Marty Foster punches out Tony Campana.
Well, take a look at it as he goes back there. Can't really tell from that angle. Should be able to from this angle as he catches the ball there. It looks like he got away with one. Looks like he got under the tag there. Good break there for the Fighting Fields.
Now the 2-2 pitch to Eaton. Ground ball back to the mound. That's a huge break for the Phillies because now 2 outs, nobody on. Well, here is the staff for the Diamondbacks. We didn't include, of course, the bench coach, Alan Trammell. 19 major league seasons. Alan was also the manager of the Detroit Tigers at one point. That's a pretty good staff when it comes to resumes.
Sure is.
Look at all the years those guys played in the big leagues.
Look at all that hard way. Not only playing, but actually doing some things.
Sarge, what do you like about this kid? I mean, 31 home runs, 100 RBIs. There's a lot to like, but what do you like about his setup? What do you like about his approach? Is there anything that stands out?
Well, I mean, he's developed his swing the way it is, where he starts that bat that's laying down. And, you know, I'd like to already be in that hitting position, but this works for him. He's a fastball hitter. No doubt the MVP for the Arizona Diamondbacks. Whether or not he'll get that vote for the league, he does have credentials. However, said that not only that, though, this guy here is a complete player. You know, I mean, in terms of walking, he'll get some walks, on base percentage, he drives in runs, hitting close to 300. Just right there, soft feet, not just swinging at everything that's coming up there. Even yesterday's ball game, thought he just missed a couple of pitches where he really would have hit a home run or two.
Fly ball to shallow right center field. Well, the side is retired. No runs, no hits, and nobody left. First clean inning of the night. We'll go to the bottom of the fourth. Phillies looking for the first hit. Driving. It's not worth building. By McDonald's, I'm loving it. And by Toyota. Toyota's nationwide clearance event is going on now. Toyota, let's go places. Home half of the fourth inning. The Phillies trail at 5-0. Jimmy Rollins, Chase Utley, and Dominic Brown in search of the team's first hit against Randall Delgado. Rollins grounded out his first time up.
Well, this is the spot that Rhino lines Jimmy Rollins in the second spot. Said he likes him in the second spot because he's a switch hitter, breaks up the left-handed hitters. That hit and run that he used last night's ball game, it had a lot to do with actually winning the ball game. If you look at that swing there on the hit and run, he was right through the ball. That's what Rhino's trying to get him to do. Stay on top of it, not swing for homers. Well, the way to do that, yes, you give the guy the hit and run, because the hit and run You want to try and keep that ball on the line, which makes a lot of sense. No, you just can't come in and just do everything you want to do, and that's why he's talking with guys and trying to get him on the right program. You know, and I asked him whether or not he'd let those guys do their own hit and run the way that we did in '84, and he said they'd have to really prove that they know the situation before he would allow them to do that. Ooh.
At the knees, and Rollins is rung up. One away, 4 strikeouts for Delgado. And that'll bring Chase Utley to the plate. Well, I want to talk to you, too, about the hit and run, but we'll look at this pitch first.
Yeah, take a look at that. But look at his position. You see where his hip came forward, so therefore he didn't see the ball very well. And again, Jimmy Rollins is a low ball hitter. I'd rather him swing at that one than a borderline high pitch.
Well, speaking of signs, I thought, and there was a lot that Ryan Sandberg said today, whether it be talking about Wrigley Field, whether it be talking about the club. I thought one of the neatest things he said today was about being prepared and being ready. He said, our guys need to know the signs. He said, because I want them to know that at any given time, I might throw something at them that they may not be used to, or they may not think that they're the kind of guy that can do those things. They need to know them. He said, I want to keep them. It's all part of keeping them on their toes, as he said.
Well, absolutely. Everybody should know the signs, but believe it or not, a lot of guys there don't know the signs. That's why they'll always go back to that first base coach to make sure that, oh, yeah, that is on. But you should know them, and you should just really know that's the situation. Well, you know the situation when, hey, you might try and steal a base. It's simple for Mike and I, because when he got 2 strikes on him early in the count, I would go on and go. So even if I was thrown out, he gets a new count.
Well, I think, you're right. Knowing the signs, that's important. But I thought one of the better things that he brought up was that he's going to do some different things with some different players that may not be used to doing certain things. So he wants them to be ready.
Yeah, well,
I think that's good.
That would be the hit and run, and maybe at times even the squeeze.
Here's Mayberry, and it's 0-1. Mayberry up for the first time.
I'll tell you what, when you look at them and they're going through the line when they win those games, it doesn't seem like no one is as happy as Sandberg as he's smiling the winning ball games. Gotta let it go, John. Had 2 pretty good pitches right there to be able to hit. Might look at one fastball. Well, I take it back. I'm not looking at many at all.
It's a change up. So 5 strikeouts for Delgado. He's through 4 and is not allowed a hit. He's retired 10 consecutive batters. We'll go to the 5th inning here at Philly. Revolution. Jack McInerney seems to score at will against the Revs. This week he'll look to do it again. The Union battle the Revolution Sunday night, 7:30, only on Comcast Sportsnet. We go to the top of the fifth and a new pitcher for the Phillies. Luis Garcia goes 3 1/3, and now it's Zach Minor who will pick up here in the fifth inning. Minor's done a good job. There's been one outing where he's given up some runs, but beyond that, he's gone 10 2/3, and he has struck out 7. And his ERA is under 3.
Well, Fighting Phils have their work cut out for them. They're going to come back tonight.
Yeah, the Phillies have won 3 straight games in walk-off variety. The last team to win 4 straight games with walk-offs, the Kansas City Royals, back in 2000. So, winning 3 straight is a pretty significant thing.
Gosh. Really, and in that fashion.
Garcia allows 2 runs in 3 1/3 out of the bullpen. There's Martin Prado, who homered his first time. Did you talk to Don Baylor about Martin Prado? What did he think of him?
Not particularly about Prado, although we did talk about Schmidt there at first base.
Goldschmidt?
Yes, Goldschmidt, I mean, and he likes the power. Again, it's easy to fall in love with the guys that have that kind of power, and then when you match that with guys that are able to hit for an average, oh boy.
I think it's surprising that Goldschmidt's hitting 3rd and Prado's hitting 4th. You would think it's the other way around, but Prado's done a pretty good job since the All-Star break. And I say that because Prado is a batting average guy, and Goldschmidt's a guy that drives runs in.
Well, I think, and you're right about that, though, but your 3rd hitter usually is your best hitter there, and I think with that on-base percentage, too, that Goldschmidt has there at first base, just kind of gets the nod. Plus, I'm sure he's coming up in all those crucial situations.
Outside, 2-2.
And the other thing, too, that you really like about it is that, coming up in that first inning with 2 outs, I mean, this guy can give you a long ball, put you right there on the board. Basically, too, when you go down and you talk with them, nothing's really changed from their philosophy in terms of how the game should be played. Whether or not it's Don Baylor or any of the coaches.
That ball's hit through the gap in left center field. It goes to the wall. Mayberry will get it back in, and Prado's at second base with a leadoff double. Aaron Hill will come up. Well, Kirk Gibson's done a pretty good job for the Diamondbacks, and he's got a relationship, Murph, with Ryan Sandberg, and now it's in more than one way.
Well, you're exactly right, Tom. They were both obviously terrific players and now managers in the big leagues, but they share that common bond of being interim managers at one point in their career. Back in 2010, Kirk Gibson took over the Arizona job and had that interim title, and he won 34 games, lost 49 of those games. But the next year, 2011, came back, won 94 games. He was the manager of the year, and Ryan said they had a conversation with Kirk yesterday just about, the process of going through being that interim manager. And Kirk told him it took him about 50 games to really start to feel comfortable and kind of get his message across to the guys. And so Sandberg's taking that to heart and hoping, he can do the same thing and have that kind of success.
Yeah, Ryan said that when he said that to him, he said, well, I've only got 42. But you can already see that he's establishing his own kind of presence in that role. Wouldn't you guys agree with that?
Oh, for sure. Definitely for me. And believe it or not, Gibson had to do that same thing. When he came in, he had to supply some discipline with the guys, which was really unpopular. And once he came in, put his program in, his stamp on it, Because again, the manager wants players to kind of play like the way he did, play hard, and to be able to come out on a daily basis there. And A.J. Hinch was the manager, was the old manager. And when you're taking over for someone, players kind of look at it a couple of different ways. You better have some respect. Both these two guys, they do have the respect and had it even before they became managers. So it makes it easier for them when they tell a guy to do this or do that. Well, Utley said that automatically, besides being in the same position, that he respects him.
Yeah, on top of that, guys, so many baseball teams take the personality of their manager, and when you have terrific players like you do in Kirk Gibson and you did in Ryan Sandberg as well, that's probably their goal, is to kind of shape the team around the way that they approach the game. And I know Ryan's talked about that a lot. So, it's the little things. It's setting the tone and getting that personality that you want to manage going forward. It certainly will take some time, and that's what Kirk Gibson was telling Ryan, and Ryan knows that, obviously.
Well, it's a cool resource to have, and obviously these guys played during similar times. Gibson was not a Hall of Famer, but he was a very good player.
Yeah, missed out on playing against them in the World Series there in '84. They made it, Detroit Tigers.
Barr lines one to right field for a base hit. Rounding third, heading for home is Prado, and the throw to the plate by Wells. He is safe at the plate. He got through the legs of Ruiz, and it's a 6-0 ball game. RBI single for Parra.
I think Prado thought automatically he was going to make that with no problem. Darren Ruff showing off the arm, and once that ball ended up hitting, holy cow there. That ball really skidded there to home plate. Sorry, Wells there. Take a look at this as that ball comes in. Boy, what a good throw though. Boy, showing off that arm in right field. Woof.
Well, Parra is now 3 for 3.
See how he gets right between the legs there. He's trying to block it. He slides, good hard slide, good hard clean play.
And now Will Nieves, and he fouls the first pitch off. Six runs on 8 hits now for the Diamondbacks.
Yeah, they're just kind of pecking away, getting runners on, and having pretty good at bats. Anytime you see a right fielder's arm that carries like that, you know he has a good arm. Hits the grass and just carries even quicker.
Back toward the box. Miners got it. Feeds Rollins. And a double play. 1-6-3. The run does score. RBI single by Parra. He's 3 for 3. And the Diamondbacks are up 6-0. Back to Citizens Bank Park next year if you decide to go to Phillies Fantasy Camp. That's what those guys did tonight. They were introduced to the crowd, got a chance to catch up with the commish, Larry Anderson. Phillies Fantasy Camp is from January 22nd to the 26th in Clearwater, Florida for folks 30 years old or older. Includes hotel accommodations, a game against the Legends at Bright House Field. Call 610-520-3400 for more information.
It's a good time. Been down there several years as instructor.
You've been to the Phillies one, you've been to the Giants one, you've been to the Cubs one?
Just as a guest.
As a guest, you've been to the All-Star one, right?
Yes. Did that with the Yankees, believe it or not. You ought to see what they have going on. They have to do it really twice. 2 weeks they have so many fans.
Carlos Ruiz, I thought may have been hit by that pitch. Inside, 1 ball, no strikes.
Hit him.
For a lot of those guys, we told you the list, John Kruk, Larry Anderson, Kevin Stocker, Jim Eisenreich. They can be big fans of that 93 team, so getting a chance to be around those guys would be pretty cool.
Yeah, they like being around the players.
Oh, man, that ball is drilled. And that's the first hit of the night for the Phillies. A home run for Carlos Ruiz. And the Phillies are on the board.
Boy, that ball was smoke. I mean, that's the kind of ball that really does it gives you really kind of chills when he hits a ball like that. Oh, boy. That's getting around on it. That's looking fastball and getting through it right there. More Carlos Ruiz like, making him feel really good. Take a look at it. Oh, that's serious. Boy, you think he doesn't know it's gone?
Oh.
Boy, he started trotting right away. Nice hit.
You're walking around the parking lot, you knew that was gone just by the sound of it. And Roger Horos of Lansdale, you've just won $100 thanks to the McDonald's home run jackpot. Aaron Ruff has the count even 1-1. Ruiz now 4 home runs, 19 runs batted in. He is 26 for his last 56 against the Diamondbacks. Couple that with this homestand where he's 13 for his last 27.
Well, that's why when they're hitting balls like that, you kind of wonder when they're in the slump. Wow, did you get back to what you used to be doing?
That throw is high. Goldschmidt doesn't get the tag down. 8th error of the year for Cliff Pennington. And the first error of the game for both teams.
That's why you keep hustling, put pressure on the defense. Take a look at this high throw. He just flips it up high, but if he's not hustling, not going to get to the bag. See whether or not he got underneath that tag. Did that helmet move a little bit?
Did look like it may have hit his helmet. The head moved. Out to left. And Ruff goes back to first.
Just a little better pitch there for Cody. Might want to get that up a little bit. Thought he swung at a pitcher's pitch. Good aggressive swing, however.
Casper Wells struck out his first time up.
Tell you what, though, when you see him throwing the way that he did, that will keep you around. Not be able to play every day, but there is a spot for you if you can play good defense, whether or not it's infield or outfield. You know, too, Tom, getting back to those fantasy campers, the other thing they really like, I think the most important thing is when they play against a legend, being able to hit against maybe a Mitch Williams and some of the other pitchers that are actually there.
I don't know if I'd want to hit against Mitch Williams.
Trust me, the Campers, they all feel that they're regular major leaguers, and that's right. And Mitch, when he goes to throw, he sets them all down just about. It is not fun.
For Mitch it is.
Well, I mean, for Mitch it is, but it wouldn't be carrying that bat back. And I'm telling you what, he lets it go.
Does he really?
Yes. You know, most of those pitchers in those games there, they're not lobbing that ball up there for the Campers to tattoo it, get on their phones and call back home. They just hit a home run off of someone.
Well, here's Mitch from last night's retro night.
Can you imagine being up there now? He just kind of let that as he laughs a little bit. But he gets there, gets warmed up, starts to throw the ball a while, and seen Vida Blue do the same thing. 3-4 innings, they don't even foul a ball off.
Mitch wearing that headband last night, just as he wore when he was a player during batting practice before the games.
Yeah. Unfortunately, he was the last guy I got my major league hit off of.
Wells hits one out to right. Parra comes in to make the catch, and Ruff goes back to first. 2 outs. And Zach Miner will bat for the Phils. Toyota Major League scoreboard. The Braves and the Cardinals. Cardinals are on top of Atlanta 2-1. That game's at the top of the 5th. Matt Carpenter has homered. Adam Wainwright pretty darn good last night for the Cardinals. To pitch, and he's down looking. Side is retired. Phillies do get a run on the home run by Carlos Ruiz. 6 strikeouts for Randall Delgado. Take a look at the video board, watching a replay. Carlos's home run. Is contributing for the Phils at the plate and in the field. The question all along has been, where will Darren Ruff fit in defensively? 2 months surely doesn't make a season, but he has more than held his own all around the field since he arrived in July. At the plate, his bat has provided the power the Phillies have badly needed, reaching double digits in home runs for the first time in his big league career. In the field and at the plate has been a smooth transition. And it's brought to you by Independence Blue Cross. Live fearless. Well, Darren Ruff has certainly enjoyed the month of August these last 2 years. And the Phillies have played him in left field and right field. Tonight he's playing first base. He was busy before the ball game tonight, Sarge, taking ground balls from Ryan Sandberg at first base. It's all part of what Rhino said today that he's been known to do as a minor league manager and plans on doing it here in the big leagues as Pennington fouls the back. And that's mix up the lineup from day to day. Not only where guys are batting in the lineup, but also where guys are playing in the lineup.
Yeah, I think that he's going to have a core of players, though, that he's counting on. He can mix and match with guys that maybe aren't hitting the ball. But a guy like an Utley, you're going to want him in that lineup every single day, along with Jimmy Rollins. I think what he'll do, however, is he'll give them a lot more days off so that they're a little more fresh.
No balls, 2 strikes. And the pitch to Pennington in the dirt. Well, the maneuvering of positions also includes the minor leagues a little bit. Michael Franco is having such a great year in the Phillies farm system. He has 29 home runs between single A and double A. He's a third baseman, Sarge, by trade now. He's playing first base tonight.
Yeah.
And today.
Yeah.
And probably because he's looked so good defensively over at third.
Well, checking on reports from him with some of the other organizations, and everybody has high marks on them. And we talked about the best player would be an 8. That's how they end up scaling a lot of their players on arms, makeup, and so on.
Change up low, ball 4.
With Franco, he had really a lot of 6s, mostly 7s. If you're talking 7s, you're talking an all-star type player, and that goes along though too with power. When you say a guy has 7 power, you're looking at 30+ home runs in the major leagues. I mean, that's serious, and this is also projecting now. But other organizations have him high on the list as far as being a major league player.
Delgado bunts, and it's foul. 0-1.
No, whether he lives up to that, I mean, nobody's going to know, but everybody's not going to be wrong when they're giving you grades that high there. Like I said, it's almost a no-brainer when you have everybody giving you those high type numbers. That'd be like kind of Cabrera coming in and you're looking at him and you go, okay, what kind of hitter do you think he's going to be at a young age?
Cabrera would probably rank 7-8.
Easy.
Yeah. Not now. I'm saying when he came up.
Oh, yes. Yeah. Well, at least 7 for sure. I don't know about the 8, but 8 now, definitely the best hitter in the major leagues.
So Pennington's at second. Kirk Gibson wants to get that run back that the Phillies scored in their half of the 5th. And here's Campana, who's 0 for 2 with a walk.
Campana, one of those type of hitters that, well, kind of a slap type hitter. Name of his game would be scoring runs, playing good defense. Guys that are batting in first or second end up scoring 100 runs. You would consider that being a good year for them. Those are some of the things Sandberg's talking about with Jimmy Rollins, just getting back to scoring 100 runs, running the bases. He feels by him doing that, that will give his ball club energy, and it does, the way guys run the bases, taking the extra base. the guy that he wants right in front of him. Get good pitches, get him to pop up or get him out. Doesn't have any home runs here so far this year. Well, that means you can go right at him, I'm thinking.
I would agree with you. When he threw those back-to-back changeups, you sit there and wonder, throw a fastball there.
Well, that's Carlos calling those pitches, and you would think, yeah, right, come at him with that fastball, get ahead.
3-2 the count and the pitch. It's a foul, and it remains 3 balls and 2 strikes. For years, StubHub has been the place to find great Phillies tickets, and this season you can get more with your tickets thanks to StubHub Fan Rewards. So get to StubHub and grab your seats today.
These are the kind of hitters here that you do them a favor if you're pitching behind. Pitchers shouldn't fear those type of hitters that, for me, can't drive the ball out of the ballpark. Just got to make your pitches. Should be able to hit the outside corner well. And that's what I mean, just kind of slapping at the ball.
Nice catch by that guy right there. Second walk of the inning. That'll put runners on first and second for Adam Eaton. That's 6 walks issued by Phillies pitching in this game.
You start walking these guys, you end up getting to face guys you don't want to see with runners on.
Rollins with a quick conference with Adam Eaton. Standing at the plate, you see the total pitches. Phillies on the right, Diamondbacks on the left.
Got to be able to locate it. Relievers coming in, not able to throw strikes. Very difficult to get them in the position where you can bring them in.
Well, he's out of whack right now. That's why Ruiz is going out to talk to him. Everything's sort of sailing toward the outer edge of the plate.
Going over the cards here, looking at, it appears, some other options.
Showed you that stat before. Over the last 10 games coming into this ballgame, the Phillies bullpen has an earned run average of 1.91. Part of the reason for success is that they hadn't walked anybody.
Yeah.
When you look at some of the numbers, B.J. Rosenberg, 4 scoreless innings. Justin DeFreitas, 1 earned run in his last 6 innings. Jake Diekman, 4 1/3 scoreless. That's a lifetime for a guy like that.
Yeah, he's been throwing lights out.
Cesar Jimenez has not allowed a run in 4 innings. So they've done their job. Fly ball down the left field line. And it's out of play. B.J. Rosenberg is sitting with his legs crossed, looking at Jonathan Papelbon as he holds court. He's looked a lot more comfortable since he's come back up.
Yeah.
His earned run average has gone from 9 to 5 during his outings. Off the hands, out towards center, a base hit. Rounding third, heading for home is Pennington. The throw goes to third. Campana hesitated for a moment. What a play by Ashe to make that catch on that throw from Bernardino. It's now 7-1 Diamondbacks. Boy, they had Campana at third base with a good throw.
Yeah, throws on the other side. You have him, and would have had him anyway if he kept going, but he actually stopped and hesitated a little bit. Here it is. Take a look at it as he again doesn't know exactly where the ball is. Now here he comes right there. He ends up stopping. I don't know if he was trying to impede that throw or not, but take a look at Ashe as he makes a fine play to actually stop further damage.
Phillies have the infield in. Goldschmidt takes inside. (7-1) Diamondbacks.
Well, this is one of those guys I was talking about facing with men on base. Needs to come out with some good pitches.
Well, they can afford, I guess, to be careful because first base is open. You still have Prado to deal with, and he's got 2 extra base hits. He's in the on deck circle. DeFreitas starts to warm.
Weak swing there, 3-0. Kind of food in there. Slider. Sure, Goldschmidt looking for that fastball.
Well, he got it, and he foul tips it into the glove of Ruiz. Three-two pitch in the dirt. Ball 4. And the 4th full count of the night for Minor leads to the 3rd walk of the inning.
Just kind of choked that ball and leaving it in that hand. Kind of squeezing it is what I'm talking about.
All right, so Martin Prado is due up. Phillies, I would think, are going to play the infield at double play depth. And Ryan Sandberg's coming out. That's going to be it for Zach Minor. They're going to go to DeFreitas in this spot. At least it seems that way. And there's the signal to the pen. So DeFreitas is going to come into the ball game in a tough spot. Bases loaded, 1 out. Phillies down 7-1. We'll be back to give you the particulars after this. last time. The series wraps up on Sunday, the 8th of September, Sarge, and all fans 14 and under, thanks to the NJEA, the New Jersey Education Association, received the Ben Revere growth charts. You can order tickets for that 3-game series by going to Phillies.com. We have that Chase Utley growth chart that's still on our door in our office. We'll have to add this one.
Oh, boy.
So where does Wheels measure up against Ben Revere?
Well, he's right there. Look at him.
He's got Paul Hagen popping out of the top of his head.
Hey, Wheels looks like he can really hit, huh? Oh, boy.
That's great stuff.
It really is.
That's the best birthday gift he ever got.
Oh boy.
Justin DeFreitas into his 45th ball game. And DeFreitas has the bases loaded and 1 out, a run in. Phillies down 7-1.
That's where you want it down, right down there to get that ground ball double play. He's done well. He's over 300. Bases loaded.
He's got a 2-run home run tonight. He also has a double. He has scored 2 runs. 3 hits in the series. 4 RBIs in the series. Good speed at third. 0-2.
See if you can put him away here on a maybe a hard slider down and away.
Well, they tried to get him to go after it. They wanted a peel. No swing, says Marty Foster.
Well, you know, Prado does have a quick bat. See if he's going to come out there again or whether or not he wants to throw that fastball. But if he throws that fastball inside, you want it in off the plate. Don't want it on the plate there.
Ground ball towards short. That should be 2. Rollins to second for 1. Utley over to first with Goldschmidt bearing down on him. He's able to turn the double play. Back-to-back innings where the Phillies have turned a double play. It's their 3rd of the night. 1 run scores for the Diamondbacks. Middle of the 6th. The Phillies trail by 6. Go wrong when you buy right. By Thomas Jefferson University Hospitals. Call 1-800-JEFF-NOW for an appointment. And by Dodge. Visit Dodge.com or your local dealer today. Diamondbacks on top 7-1. We go to the bottom of the 6th. Justin DeFreitas was able to get that double play ball to get out of the top of the 6th inning. So only 1 run scored.
They actually jammed Prado on that. That was actually perfect, too. 6-4-3 double play. Could have actually broken the game wide open. Good job by DeFreitas coming in and putting out the fire.
Bernardina's 0 for 2. So many walks tonight for the Phil's pitchers.
Doobie talking with him and sure telling him great job. But if he catches that, he'd probably call that a strike.
Out toward right center field. That's pretty well hit. Campana on the run. That one is gone! Into the Phillies bullpen. The first hit for Roger Bernardina is a home run. It's a 7-2 ball game.
Well, just as he got around second base, he gave himself a little clap like, hey, it's about time. He squares one up, and boy, did he. Almost straight away center field. Caught a fastball. Low fastball. He had been swinging through a lot of those fastballs. Take a look. There's his load. No wonder he ended up hitting the ball out of there. He was actually set. Look at the load as he goes back. Chokes up a little bit. When he throws the bat, flips it like that, you know it has a good chance of going out of the ballpark.
Well, that ends an 0 for 19 skid for Roger Bernardina.
I'm surprised they didn't give him the quiet treatment.
0-1 pitch to Rollins. Rollins pulls it down the right field line. That's going to drop for a base hit. He's on his way to second. Parra bare hands, throws, not in time. 3 hits tonight, 3 extra base hits for the Phils. Why not make this an interesting game here?
Oh, boy. Well, just with J-Ro there at second, nobody out some kind of way, you got to be able to get him in.
Chase Utley popped out to short. He walked in the first. He's got Rollins at second. Utley takes low, 1 ball, no strikes. Well, as Sarge mentioned before, we were talking about moving the lineup around a little bit. You figure that Utley will stay in the 3 spot, particularly for the rest of the year for Ryne Sandberg. He has great respect for him. But Murph, I thought Ryne Sandberg touched on a number of different interesting things today in his media bull session, including the lineups and the adjustments and putting guys in certain spots.
You know, Tom, you used the word interesting. That's exactly the way I thought about it, just listening to Ryan's thoughts on, how he puts together his lineup every day. And we've seen in his first week and a half a number of different lineups from Ryne Sandberg. You know, he was talking about the monotony of every night or every game being the same. And he said, I like to change my lineup and stick a guy maybe in the leadoff hole that is not hitting all that well. Instead of benching a guy like that, he wants to move him into the leadoff spot because it forces him to think about getting on base. That's your job as a leadoff guy. Moving a guy down to the second hole. We just saw Jimmy Rollins because it's a different mentality in that 2 hole. All of a sudden, you're going to be asked to do some hit and runs or hit behind runners. So he looks at what's happening with some of these players and tries to figure out where he thinks he would best fit in the lineup, which is something that is a different way of looking at putting together a lineup.
Goldschmidt flips to Delgado. Rollins goes to third. 3-1 on the putout. Well, and I guess the advantage that Sandberg has to managers around baseball, not Kirk Gibson, is that he was a heck of a hitter and he understands the lineups. And
no doubt. But again, like I said, he's going to have some of the guys that are set. And I know back when we were playing, our 1, 2, 3, 4 guys were set, and then they would experiment having either Keith Moreland that would hit fifth, they would have Jody Davis at time that would hit fifth, and then maybe even Ron Say. I hit third in that lineup there, Tom. So he would mix them up in that particular instant, but every day we knew who was going to hit 1, 2, 3, and 4. Leon Durham hit in the 4th spot, by the way.
Mayberry takes low, 1 ball and no strikes.
Quality at bat, too, by Utley being able to pull the ball up to Mayberry to have a good at bat to be able to drive this runner in.
Off the glove of Nieves, and here comes Rollins. It's a 4-run game. That'll be a wild pitch.
Yep. Any kind of way you can get the run, it counts. Mayberry in the driver's seat. Take a look at it. See that? Didn't block it. He actually was very lazy on that. Just turning his glove. You got to block that ball. Get down on all fours, especially with that runner there at third base. Pretty good pitch to hit. He's got one more in.
Nieves is pretty demonstrative. I mean, we've seen it all night long. He's been disgusted at times with Randall Delgado.
Well, you can see all those little nicks there on Mayberry's bat. When you see a batter's bat with nicks on the top of that bat right there, means he's coming off that ball.
Shallow right center. They're 2 away. And Carlos Ruiz is due up. Carlos homered his last time up. That was the first hit for the Phils.
Well, see that ball on the outside, moves right back, and boy, did he give it a ride there. Knew it was gone when he hit it.
Carlos's average is up to 284. He's hit it 4 straight. 2-0 with Ruff on deck.
He's feeling a lot better about the way he's swinging the bat as of late. Just about every hitter goes through different type of struggles.
Is going out to talk to Delgado. Will Harris is warming up in the bullpen for the Diamondbacks.
That might be a little shy in trying to throw that fastball again as Carlos drilled it for his 4th home run. Yeah, but with that lead, when you have a lead, pitchers, the way they get into trouble is by walking better. That's why you had to come right at them.
Shallow left field. Pennington, the shortstop, makes the catch using 2 hands. Side is retired. Phillies, though, scored 2. First one on a home run by Roger Bernardino. We have completed 6. 7-3 Diamondbacks.
Did the D-backs in the first inning, threw up a 3 spot, and then they, well, a little picket fence since then. They just keep adding on. Phillies trying to come back in against Randall Delgado, who's been very good tonight. Throwing a couple of solo home runs to Carlos Ruiz and Roger Bernardino's first in a Phil's uniform. Ethan Martin really started to struggle after the first 4 or 5 hitters in the order, and he really couldn't get through the first inning. Only 2/3 tonight for the young right-hander. You see 3 walks really hurt him.
7 walks overall issued by Phil's pitching. Roger Bernardino, his first hit in a Phillies uniform was a home run and ended an 0-for-19 slump. Carlos Ruiz continued his hot hitting with the first hit of the night for the Phillies, a solo home run. So the Phillies down by 4. We begin the 7th. Aaron Hill, Gerardo Parra, Will Nieves. See if DeFreitas can keep it right at this spot.
One of the things that's even kept them in the game is the fact they get double play ball twice with the bases loaded.
And 3 overall.
Yeah, and those bases loaded ones, you're looking at with only 1 out, thinking, well, there's another run there at least.
Yep. 1 ball, 1 strike to Aaron Hill. This pickup that the Diamondbacks made from the Toronto Blue Jays has really benefited both parties. Aaron Hill was a good player for the Blue Jays. Started to struggle. Diamondbacks picked him up in a deal for Kelly Johnson. And Arizona seems to have gotten the better end of the deal.
He was a good player. You'd see him a lot in spring training, and then even during interleague play when the Phillies had played the Blue Jays, he hurt them. Strong, too. He had some home runs in this ballpark, the left center field.
Out toward right center. Casper Wells settles under it, puts it away. And there's 1 out. These lucky fans are tonight's Citizen 7. They were receiving a prize pack courtesy of Citizens Bank. Citizens Bank with the most 7-day branches in the Philadelphia area. To find a branch near you, visit citizensbank.com. Here's Gerardo Parra, who's 3 for 3. Raised his average to 271. Ethan Martin started. He went 2/3. Then Luis Garcia went 3 1/3. Zach Miner went an inning in the third, and now it's DeFreitas who's gone 1 inning so far. And the 1 ball, 1 strike pitch to Parra. Swing and a miss late on a 94-mile-an-hour fastball. There's Luis Garcia, who picked up for Ethan Martin.
Yeah, the bullpen, they really needed to keep it without giving up anything. That's really hard to do when you have that far to go in a game.
Slicing toward left, Mayberry. Every time the Phillies retire the opposition 1-2-3, which they haven't done tonight, but they have 2 outs here in the 7th. Comcast will make a contribution to Phillies charities. Phillies baseball is brought to you by Xfinity, your home for the most live sports, giving you all your favorite sports all year long.
It's one of the things you'll look back on tonight, too, having retired him in order in the first inning. 2 outs, nobody on base, and 2 strikes on Goldschmidt. And Ethan Martin doesn't get out of the first inning. That is bizarre. Stuff happens in this sport, and that's really strange.
Sometimes stuff happens quickly. I mean, there's always things that happen that you least expect, but
well, that was
sometimes things are going so well, and then all of a sudden, boom.
Yeah, that one was like a paper cut. That one didn't go real fast. He just could not get it to the point where he could get out of that inning, and they sensed that and went and got him, even with a pitcher back. That was one of those ones, I think, almost to the point of let's prevent future scars right now, because he may not get another hitter out in this inning, even though it was a pitcher.
It'll start again on Thursday in New York.
Yeah, this constant learning business. Yeah, he'll draw Matt Harvey in New York.
1-1 pitch.
Oh, well, that sent Carlos Ruiz flinching back there.
Well, he hit him with the last backswing too.
That's what must have happened, because he recoiled on that. Catcher hitting the catcher, huh?
It's full, 3 balls and 2 strikes. Cliff Pennington on deck. $34,637 on hand here tonight. Second of 3. Final game tomorrow afternoon. And the 3-2 pitch. Another foul ball. Remains 3-2. Ground ball over the head of DeFreitas, and it's a center field, a base hit. I think Utley thought that DeFreitas was going to field that one, he broke to his left and then had to come back, circle back to go toward the middle. And by the time he did, it was beyond his reach.
Here's to Freitas. He thinks he has a shot at it, and it goes right past his glove and into center field. Utley with no shot.
Pennington has walked a couple of times. He's hit into a double play. Jason Kubel's come out in the on-deck circle. It's a pinch hit. Strike zone's gotten a little tighter these last couple of hitters. It's 3 balls and no strikes. Well, that is the 8th walk now given up by Phillies pitching.
Yeah, that's something they've been pretty good on this year, staying away from it. All of a sudden, they're just having a sloppy game tonight.
Rick Doobie headed out to the mound. He's had a path going out to that mound tonight. He and Ryan Sandberg both. So Kubel will pinch hit. Delgado's done after 6. I think they were satisfied with Delgado going 6. You think they would have liked him to have gone a little longer?
Yeah, probably, but you know, young pitcher, you have a decent lead. I think they lost a pretty good guy out of their bullpen though last night, Poots. So probably they like them to go longer. Yeah, sure, but they also have a shot at more runs here, even though 2-out runs are tough.
Coming up on Sports Night, highlights and reaction to this ball game, plus a recap of the Eagles' preseason matchup against the Jaguars. Ray Dittinger's breakdown. Chevy Malibu Sports Night tonight after postgame live, only on Comcast Sportsnet. Kubel not having the same year that he had last season. He's hitting only .222 with 5 home runs. By the way, Wheels, don't forget we are going to Chicago next week. Speaking of the Malibu, try to find your Malibu, your green Malibu.
Oh. I believe you remember. Oh, that was such a nice car. 68 Malibu.
We're going to go to the spot where it was taken.
5959 North Kenmore Avenue up on the north side. That was where I live, so it was somewhere in that block.
Bringing an investigator with us.
Thing wouldn't look too good right now. 68 Malibu.
Well, if somebody wanted it, that means they wanted to take care of it.
It probably was in parts in about an hour.
2 balls and no strikes. And there's a strike. It's 2-1 to Kubel.
Arrow's on a boat to somewhere. It was in Lake Michigan real fast.
Gosh, I never even thought about that. Well, the path to finding it begins next week.
It's a life lesson.
Not to leave your keys in the car and leave the car running?
No, not to get a real cool car like that and park it in an area you're just not sure about. Just moved into. Had stick shift. I thought I was really cool. Drove it all the way to Chicago from Newtown Square. Oh man, I'm living. Gone. And the doors were locked.
3 balls and 2 strikes. The runners will be off.
It did very little to stop whoever wanted that car.
That window was shattered.
I wouldn't know. Didn't find any glass, nothing.
Oh,
it was gone.
maybe it wasn't.
It was gone. Hot wired.
Runners go. Pitch is foul tipped. Side is retired. No runs. One hit. Two men left. Time to stretch here in Philadelphia. Phillies trail it by 4. Darren Ruff will lead it off. Time to chew on this one. Who holds the Diamondbacks' single season record for stolen bases?
I chew on that for an hour or two and not get that. I have no idea. None. Zero. Zip.
Well, you were right about the time frame. Back in 1999.
Yeah. Well, we had that last night. That was when they wore those unis. 99.
Guy could play the outfield. He could play the infield if he wanted to.
I can't remember a base stealer for them.
Tony Womack.
Oh, the ex-Pirate. Tony Womack. Yeah, left-handed hitter. Yeah, he could fly. Ooh, he had 72.
That's a lot of stolen bases.
Wow. He lead the league? Probably saw him. Saw a few of those back. Those teams the Phillies had in those days. Tito's lean years. Did he lead the league? I wonder if he led the league in stolen bases.
That's a good question. I don't know.
No, we'll find out.
1 ball, no strikes to Darren Ruff. Will Smith, or Will Harris, excuse me, is the new pitcher. And that's 5-3 on a put out.
According to the reports you have on him, he throws 2 pitches, cutters and curveballs.
Well, that was the cutter you just saw.
And he has 40 strikeouts. He's done a good job. Left-handed hitter's only hitting 212, so I guess he can run that cutter in on him and flop a curveball up there.
Other changes for the Diamondbacks. D.D. Gregorius, they got him from the Reds. They loved that deal at the time. He's in at shortstop. Pennington moves from shortstop to second base. Gregorius will bat 5th, and Harris will bat 9th. And Cody Ashley's the hitter. Ashley's 0 for 2. No balls, 1 strike. I asked Cody Ashley today, I said, how difficult has it been, just to get used to pitchers? Obviously there's a difference between AAA and the major leagues. But that aside, how tough has it been to get used to just pitchers and the whole new pitchers, guys you haven't really seen too much of? He said it hasn't really been that bad. He's focused on the same kind of game plan that he's always had.
One thing about nowadays, there's nothing easy about getting started in this business, especially at this level, but they have so many more resources to go to to find out about pitches, to look at pitchers, to have not only your player, your teammates tell you about them, but they have all these scouting reports, all this video now.
Here's the 2-1. 2-2.
Used to be, well, we'll get the leadoff guy, go up there and find out what the guy throws. And young players would come up and they would do their best to try and tell them, but they didn't have all that video, all these reports they have now. Progress, good thing. If he liked that bat, it's a shame it's gone.
MLB.com at bat is celebrating 5 years as your #1 mobile app for live baseball. Available for iPhone, iPad, Android, BlackBerry 10. At bat delivers Phillies baseball with live audio, pitch tracking, stats, highlights, and more. Text at bat to 31826 or visit Phillies.com for details. Two and two to Ashe. He has a new bat. Back toward the middle and a base hit. That's a 6-game hitting streak for Cody Ashe.
Keep doing that in his major league career early on here and use the middle of the field like that. That'll help you get your hit here, hit there, and then you get pitches you can hammer. Maybe something a little bit middle in you're looking for, ahead in the count. If you use the middle of the field, you're going to get your base hits. And he does this quite a bit. He hits his ground balls, and he'll hit it right back through the middle like that, and that one had eyes and got through. Because that kid can really play shortstop. We saw him early in the year, and he looked like he was all world. I guess it hasn't quite worked out the way they hoped. But boy, he's athletic.
Casper Wells is up. Franzen's on deck. Wells hits one foul. He had a pitch to drive there. And again, that was a cutter. It says 91. You're thinking, where's the fastball? Well, the cutter for him, I guess, is the fastball.
Yeah, that's his fastball. You normally don't see a pitcher listed with two pitches, a cutter and a curveball. Of course, if you had got a report on Mariano Rivera, I was going to say his cutter. Sparky Lyle, back in those old days, would just said slider. Well, maybe they would put fastball down just for the heck of it. But Spark didn't throw many fastballs. He threw mostly sliders.
One ball, one strike to Wells. Sure looked like a fastball there. 1 and 2.
Yeah, it's got just a little movement on it at the end that Chris down there is going to keep the gun, and they can see it really well down there and see that spin, that little late movement, put up cutter. Be great to see spin. Boy, you'd always get the pitches right.
Well, there are 2 outs, and here comes Franzen. Franzen, .255 hitter as a pinch hitter. Go back for DeFreitas. Jimenez will come in. Franzen's hitting .230 overall with 3 home runs. Thatcher, who the Diamondbacks got from the San Diego Padres in the Ian Kennedy deal. It's a surprising deal. He's warming in the pen.
He was in the game last night.
In the dirt. 1 ball, 1 strike. Ashe still over at first. Off the plate, back to the mound. Side is retired. No runs, 1 hit, 1 man left. Phillies go down quietly in their half of the 7th. Top of the order is up when we return for the Diamondbacks. Bottom Line Sales Event. Choose a better way to drive and save. Choose Nissan.com today. Buy the Pennsylvania Lottery. Benefits older Pennsylvanians every day. And buy Chevrolet. Visit your local dealer at ChevyDealer.com. Top of the 8th inning. It's 7-3. Diamondbacks on top. They jumped out to a 3-0 lead after the first. A 5-0 lead after 3. And they haven't looked back. Cesar Jimenez into a 7th game for the Phillies. 1-0. 7 innings so far. So just an inning of work each time he's out there. And they'll face Tony Campana to lead things off. It'll be Campana, Adam Eaton, and Paul Goldschmidt for the D-backs. Campana wears number 19 for the Diamondbacks. And you might see on the sleeve of their jersey, they also have the number 19 shadowed in black. And that number is not retired, obviously, because Campana's wearing it. But the number 19 is in memory of the Prescott Fire Department Granite Mountain Hotshots, the 19 firefighters who died in the horrific fires in Arizona on the 30th of June. And the Diamondbacks as an organization, and baseball too, but the Diamondbacks in particular, did a just incredible job honoring the memory of those fallen firefighters. And it was something, as we said, that was horrific. We watched it from a distance more than anything else, but all these guys saw it, close up to a certain extent.
It's a horrific accident. I read those stories about how they pitch those tents that they have, and hopefully that will save them. And evidently it was just so intense that that fire just
moved quick.
And it was very intense, and they all lost their lives.
2 balls and 1 strike to Campana.
They were really experienced firefighters too.
Utley to his right, 1 away. Man, watch your heels if you're playing first base. Adam Eaton's coming up. Time for the Major League Notebook. Murph.
All right, thanks, Tom. Brought to you by Gwinnett Mercy College. We've got some injury news on some teams in the race. Boston Red Sox slugger Mike Napoli is battling plantar fasciitis, something he's been dealing with since July. The first baseman has been in and out of the lineup, but he's hopeful to stay off of the DL. Red Sox, of course, have a half-game lead on the Rays in the East. And the news is worse for the Pittsburgh Pirates. Their leadoff hitter, Starling Marte, headed to the disabled list, the 15-day disabled list, with a bruised right hand. He is batting a .282 with 11 home runs. He has 25 stolen bases. That's how he hurt the hand. He got it stepped on the other night. And the Pirates just 1 game up on the Cardinals in the Central. So the race is tightening up, and some key players battling some injuries, guys.
It's amazing. You look around baseball, and at this point of the year, this happens often from year to year. But there's some significant players that are going down for some significant teams.
Yeah, Marte is huge for the Pirates because, as Murph just said, the things he's been doing, and he's also an outstanding outfielder. In that big ballpark of theirs, and you need outfielders there to run the ball down in that big area in left and left center field. And he plays left field, and they have McCutchen in center, so they're well manned out there. At least they were.
Yeah, kind of a freak injury for him, Wills. Stealing a base. He actually got it stepped on trying to steal third on Thursday. They were trying to keep him off the disabled list, but he's not able to play, so they're going to retroactive that, and he'll be out those 15 days. But you're right, big loss because he's your leadoff hitter as well.
Probably one of those head-first slides.
But the races should be good.
Oh, there's going to be some really good stuff in September this year.
Opposite way, Eaton slices it toward the line. That's a foul ball. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Hey, even with the wild card, seemingly both wild cards coming from the National League Central, they still would like to jockey for the best record.
Sure, and nobody wants to play in a 1-game playoff. It's nice if you get there. You certainly go to spring training. Boy, I want to get in a 1-game playoff this year. That'd be a lot of laughs. Yeah. But as the season goes along, and that's what's out there for you, if that's what the carrot is, take it.
Yeah, think about the significant injuries. You got Hayward and Hudson for the Braves, and Marte and Grilli out for the Pirates. Carpenter's out for the Cardinals. Obviously, been out all year just about. That one's to left field. Mayberry floats under it, makes the catch. Yeah, there are 2 outs.
Kemp has been out for the Dodgers, and they don't miss a beat. They don't skip a beat.
And that's partly because of the depth that they have.
Right. Ludwig was out for a long time for the Reds this year. Ryan Ludwig, who's a very big player for them last year. And it's all part of it nowadays. There's a lot more injuries in all sports, and you have a tendency to DL guys a lot quicker than you used to, too, for many reasons.
Goldschmidt's 0 for 2 with an RBI. Oh, man.
He likes to attack. That's why he has all those, as Sarge likes to call them, stakes, RBIs.
Toyota Major League Scoreboard. The Marlins shut out the Rockies 3-0. He did it again. Jose Fernandez. Another win. 7 innings, 8 strikeouts.
He previewed that act against the Phillies early this year, and to rave reviews. You could tell right away, ooh, this guy's special. We saw him almost right away, right?
He's finishing strong, too.
Yeah. I don't know if he made his major league debut against the Phillies. Close to it.
No, major league debut was the Mets.
Right, so it was right after
Yeah.
that.
Because that's who gave us the scouting report.
Yeah. Ooh.
One ball, 2 strikes. Out toward right center field. Bernardino on the run, and he's not going to get it. It stays in the yard. A 1-hop off the wall. Goldschmidt on his way to second. And that's his 27th double of the year.
That's another thing he does really well when you talk to their people. Watch games on TV with him. He will go the other way with it and drive it like that. Watch this head go down. His head goes down the head of the bat, and bam, it goes to right center field, and it jumps. In Arizona, that's probably a home run because of the way the ball carries in their ballpark. I think we'll be headed towards the pool out there. Well, a little to the left of the pool. This guy can still hit. He's a left-handed hitter on deck and a base open. So he's really being careful with Prado right now. Didi Gregorius.
Two outs. Time now for our Coors Light freeze cam. The fantasy camp guys have been all over Citizens Bank Park. That's the ceremony prior to the game. That's one of the great things you can do is you get yourself your own number and get your name on the back of that Phillies jersey. Picture with the Fanatic maybe for some. Or you get a chance to dance with the Fanatic up on top of the dugout.
Spent a lot of years doing that. Used to call it Dream Week back in those days, and now Fantasy Camp. And it was fun. It was a great time. The guys and ladies have a tremendous time, and it's well worth it.
Here's Gregorius. Lefty on lefty, 0-1. How many years did you do it?
Wow. I probably 15.
How many hamstrings did you pull?
Just one, with just 1 year. Tried to beat out a double play, so these guys aren't going to throw it. Pow, pow. Double hammy. About the 85-mile mark. Right near the bag. And who was coaching first? Vuk. Says you pulled a hamstring, didn't you? I said, no, it feels good. 10 minutes later, done. But it was so much fun playing in those games. And and being around those guys, and still have a lot of lifelong friends from that. And that's what those guys do. They make great friends.
1 ball, 2 strikes to Gregorius, hitting .260 with 5 home runs and 21 runs batted in. Trying to get it to the outer edge, and it was a little too far. 2-2.
We first started that fantasy camp Dream Week. The Whiz Kids were parts of it back in the, because this was back in the 80s.
No, that's,
we still had a lot of the Whiz Kids come to that.
That's pretty neat.
Yeah, and those were the guys, you know, the guys that those players remembered, or fans remembered.
Yeah, now this year's group is the 93 team.
Right. I've seen it evolve. It's interesting to watch how it's evolved over the years, and it's still terrific.
10 years from now. Join Jimmy Rollins, Chase Utley.
Right, exactly.
Runners will be going with 2 outs. And Jimenez steps back towards second. Trying to keep Goldschmidt close. The 3-2 pitch. And he stays alive. Phillies bottom of the 8th inning. The top of the order will be up. Again, they're into the Diamondbacks bullpen.
Well, you still have it at the Grand Slam, the Magic 4 number right now, so this is important out.
Hey, they've had walk-offs a variety of ways.
Sure.
Swung out and missed. Gregorius is down on strikes. The Diamondbacks lead 2. Maybe they've left the door open a little bit for this Phillies ball club. They've had 3 straight nights where they've had walk-off wins. Maybe they have time for another one.
Well, sometimes your best defensive play can be your pitcher keeping it away from the barrel. And that's what Delgado did, especially early in this game. He got some weak ground balls. He had a tremendous changeup. Right there is where Dominic Brown had to leave after that, hurt his heel. You can see these changeup. There's a fastball that he gets a strikeout. Another fastball right there. He was really tough until they finally hit a home run off of Carlos Ruiz to get the first hit. Tired after 6, so they decided they'd seen enough after 6 of him, but our Hyundai defensive play of the game, or a really fine job tonight by starting pitcher Randall Delgado.
Brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. Now Joe Thatcher comes in. He's the 3rd pitcher used by Arizona. He's on for Roger Bernardina. Bernardina homered his last time up. He's 1 for 3.
Here's his home run. This is a big home run, too. A big fly. Fastball. Got the barrel on that one. That one goes deep to center field, right into the Phillies bullpen, deep into the bullpen.
Oh, and for that home run for each one hit by a Phil's player this year, one tree will be planted by the Pennsylvania Horticultural Society as part of Home Runs for Trees. It's a partnership between the Phillies, PHS, and Aramark. Home Runs for Trees is part of Plant 1 Million. Go to Phillies.com/red goes green for more information. 1-2 pitch. Outside, 2-2.
Another player is going to get a little tryout while he's in these last few weeks of the season is Roger Bernardino.
Whoa. They're thinking that ball hit the bat and it was a foul tip. It did sound like it hit something. It's 3-2.
There was some noise down there.
That didn't look like it hit anything.
He flicked the bat. Seemed like he got it out there in time.
Inside, ball 4, so he's aboard. Within the bottom of the 8th. And now Rollins bat right-handed. Bernardino leads off first. Time is called. They want the rosin bag moved.
And I think it was right behind home plate, or right behind the pitcher's mound there in the rubber. And I guess it was in the Jimmy sight line.
I don't think they really want it on the grass like that.
Usually it's on the dirt. There it is on the grass, obviously, and a long way from the dirt.
Bell.
He was in the game and lost it last night. He was a losing pitcher in that ball game. They had some balls hard off him last night. This guy's throwing a lot of cutters or sliders, and they're coming right in on Jimmy Rollins. Guarding the line at third base. And I don't think they're guarding the line. They're not guarding it. What they're doing is they're playing over there because this guy's pitching inside so much. They don't have to sit on the line with a 4-run lead.
2 balls, 1 strike to Rollins. Ooh. Jimmy's upset with himself. That may have been ball 3.
That's another one. Are they cutters? Yeah, they're
cutters.
Board says cutter. Yeah, they're either cutters or sliders, and they're really coming after him inside. And that's why they put the third baseman where he is. Guys that throw those things, like an Al Leiter was one so good at it. They will throw a pitch away every once in a while like that. And they'll throw a backdoor cutter, fastball, sinker, something away just to get the guy's eyes out there, and then they'll come right back in with their strength. So see what they decide to do here.
2 balls, 2 strikes to Rollins.
You know, that's what he does. He comes right back in on him then. It's a very tough pitch for a hitter to keep fair if Thatcher makes his pitch, because his feeling on that is he's either going to get a weak ground ball out of it or a jammer of some kind of pop up, or the hitter's going to hit it foul.
2-2.
Got that one in the middle of the plate. Jimmy knows that was a one to hit. Giving throwovers with a 4-run lead.
Rollins lines it to left field. That's it for a base hit. Eaton will try to cut it off. Bernardina's on his way to third. Rollins will stop at first. That's the right play. First and third. Right play by Rollins. As Eaton looked and started to throw almost immediately.
A really good base running by Bernardina to get to third. But there he is looking for that cutter and hopefully leaves one in a spot where he can keep it fair, and he did. 8-pitch at bat for Jimmy, another cutter, but that one had a little bit more of the plate, and he was able to keep it fair down the left field line. Bernardina, very fast runner and a good base runner, goes from first to third, and a nice job by the left fielder Eaton to throw it where he did, because he does two things. He keeps the runner in a scoring position, keeps the double playing with him.
The Phillies have only had one at bat with a runner in scoring position tonight. They're 0 for 1. One more batter, one more base runner, and the tying run is coming to the plate.
Yeah, Charles Nagy going back for the bullpen, or the dugout, the bullpen, or the pitching coach, and out in the bullpen, Bell is ready because you have right-handed hitters coming up. No left-handed hitter available on the bench for the Phillies either.
Yeah, it's an all right-handed bench. The Phillies, of course, have used Mayberry already, and Franzen.
And they lost Dominic Brown early in this one to a sore heel.
Lee with his 6th at bat, 7th plate appearance against Thatcher. Outside 1-0.
Well, he's just throwing that same pitch over and over and over. Cutters. I think the Bernardini threw him a couple curveballs.
Yeah, there was definitely more break to it. In the hole, 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Take something you look away right now, almost eliminate the middle part and in of home plate, because all this guy's doing is throwing everything away to him.
Bernardina on third, Rollins on first. The Phillies have good speed.
Well, they have wild pitches on this team too. Stay loose. They lead the league in wild pitches by a lot, and have had one tonight.
Yeah, we thought 41 was a lot for Rosario alone.
Yeah.
Two balls, 2 strikes.
The type of pitches he's throwing, these fastballs and cutters, and they're the hardest ones for a catcher to block if they throw it in the dirt, because they don't expect it in the dirt. It's not supposed to be. Last batter for Thatcher. Heath Bell ready. Probably not a running situation, down by 4 runs. They're going to throw over anyway.
Well, I'd love to see the side shot of his move over to first.
It's close.
It's close.
On the step, you mean?
Yeah. 3-2 pitch. Popped him up. Prado at a play. Gosh, I've almost called him Pardo 8 times tonight. I'm telling you, he's rounding third before, and I almost said Pardo.
Well,
that's what Charlie used to call Martin Prado.
Good buddy Charlie Manuel always called him Pardo. Yeah.
We say it so much, just joking with Charlie. That
yeah.
It's seeped into our language.
Well, he really admired that player.
Oh yeah,
like we all do.
3 balls, 2 strikes. Out toward left field. That'll get Bernardina home. It should anyway. Eaton toward the line. Makes the catch. Bernardina's coming home. The throw to the plate. Cut off. The throw to second. Not in time. And the Phillies make this a 7-4 ball game.
Well, he made a mistake that time because he allowed the runner, Jimmy Rollins, to move into scoring position and take the double play away. Gibson just said, what's he doing? Well, sort of, that's what he said. Just talking about what a good play he had made before that, and then for whatever reason he throws the ball into that area. Jimmy Rollins sees it. He's going to tag up. Bernardina's going to tag up first. Now he throws home. Now he hits his cutoff guy there, but now he's got to throw all the way to second, and a good runner like Rollins is going to beat that play. So he makes a good play one time and a bad play the second time.
So we've got a pitching change. The Phillies have made it a 3-run game. It's 7-4 here at the bottom of the 8th inning, and Heath Bell is coming in for the 2nd consecutive night. We'll tell you about him when we return. On us Monday, September 2nd and Monday, September 16th against the Nationals and the Marlins. You can purchase tickets at Phillies.com as always. Come on out to Citizens Bank Park for the final Hatfield Dollar Dog Nights here in South Philly. The Phillies have made this kind of interesting here in the bottom of the 8th inning. They've got a runner in scoring position, and they've scored a run, and now they'll face Heath Bell, who at times is closed for the Diamondbacks. At times has been a setup guy.
Yeah, Ziegler's closing for them now. An underarm and right-hander.
Heath Bell was in last night's ball game. 1 inning, 4 hits, 1 run, 2 strikeouts, 26 pitches last night.
Yeah, they hit some balls. I said they hit some balls hard off him too. They were at people. Fastball, curveball. Another guy with just 2 pitches.
Rollins leads off second. Mayberry 0 for 2 tonight. Check swing. 1 ball, no strikes.
Yeah, and Jimmy will look for a wild pitch possibility here because Bell's going to want to throw some curveballs that could bounce. He also will score on a base hit to the outfield because they're not going to throw home here because they want to make sure they don't overthrow a cutoff man, allow another runner to move into scoring position. So you get a base hit here, you'll get a run out of it. At least you should. an interesting week, hasn't he? Brian Sandberg, and there's Kirk Gibson with one of the great faces. Wide receiver at Michigan State. I think he said he was a D-back last night. He was a wide receiver in his college days. Really run.
Got some built-in intensity in that dugout.
He looks like he should have played defense.
Now the 2-1 pitch to Mayberry.
That looked like it was a looper.
And it did. 2-2. Some guy just dropped a foul ball at the suite level. It rolled into another suite, and the young lady with him turned and slapped him. The lady on the right slapped the guy with the glasses.
Why, because he dropped it?
He dropped it. She wanted that baseball. Right there.
You don't have any idea how that was spinning, huh?
2-2 pitch in the dirt. 3-2.
And those are harder to catch than you think.
Oh, ready. She wanted to get it. Oh. Ready. Bam.
Wrong with you. Oh, that hurt. That hurt worse than that ball hitting his hands. Now that's intensity, Tom.
Yes, sir. Oh, third ball frozen.
That's as good a one as you can throw right there. There's not much you can do with that.
Yeah.
Especially after he's been bouncing them up there. Tip your cap to Heath Bell on that pitch. He's always had a great curveball as his out pitch. Boy, that was a biter. Really, as a hitter, there's nothing you can do about that. You're just going to freeze and take it and hope it's not a strike.
Carlos Ruiz, 8 extra base hits during the month of August. He's hitting .371. 3 home runs, 5 doubles, 8 RBIs.
The way they've been coming from behind too. You get another one here with 2 outs, and then even if you go into the 9th inning, then you're one batter away from the tying run, or one base runner from the tying run, and they think they can win these games late.
And that's important.
Sure,
that confidence is important. Now the 1-0 pitch coming.
And the way he's been knocking in runs, Carlos Ruiz, a guy who think he can get a base hit and get you that run down. Good numbers against Heath Bell, 3 for 7.
Carlos pulls it through the hole, off the glove of Gregorius. That'll help the Phils. Rollins around third. He'll score an RBI single. 7-5 is the game. There it is.
Now it gets more and more manageable, and you're still batting with a guy like Ruff coming up. Here comes that tying run right now.
Now that ball was hit hard. Rollins would have been sent anyway, but the fact that it was slowed by Gregorius, that certainly allowed Rollins to then coast home.
Now Gregorius is trying to knock that down and keep the run from scoring, but as you say, that makes it so that it will score automatically because he slows it up.
Carlos has 2 RBIs tonight. Now Ruff. Ruff is 0 for 3. Outside 1-0. Well, he's due, Wheels. He hasn't hit a home run tonight.
Yeah. I'm thinking about getting that tying run up there in the 9th inning with a 2-run game. Well, here it is.
8 home runs in August and 77 at-bats. 10 overall. Now the 1-0 pitch coming to Ruff.
He's going to try and make him beat him away. As Heath Bell. There's Jimmy Rollins, who's been a big part of this good week they've had. Ruff can hit the ball out to right center, and that's what Bell, an experienced reliever, is trying to do, is pitch him away, and there they go sliding out there again.
In the air to left field. Going back on it is Eaton. Back to the track, to the wall. It is gone! And this ball game is tied up at 7. They have done it again. Darren Ruff with his 9th home run here in the month of August. Man, does he love this month.
Yeah, they got that tying run up in the 8th. Wow. Unbelievable. 2 outs, too, they're doing this. He hits big flies when he hits them. That thing was way up in the air, and you thought it had a chance. And it just keeps going. Bell goes after him with a fastball, and you see Bell's reaction. He knew it had a chance right away. Darren Ruff thinks so, too. That is towering fly ball to left center field. A lot of backspin, and he gets a lot of backspin on it.
That's 11 home runs overall for Darren Ruff. 9 home runs in 78 August at-bats.
Starting to get a little silly.
Yeah, a little curtain call. When was the last time there was a curtain call?
You know, this just didn't look like a game that this was going to happen.
No.
It really did, because the D-backs, to their credit, kept tacking on runs to it.
Absolutely.
Here's the curtain call.
Why not?
Sure. Try and get Papelbon up. Tie game, bring him in the 9th inning.
It's the way it seems. They've got it exactly where they want it. Cody Ashley, the batter. 1 for 3. Takes a curveball. It's 0-1. It's no balls and 2 strikes. Back-to-back breaking pitches from Bell to Ashe.
It's amazing when you watch power hitters, the way they get backspin on the ball. And
how do they do it?
You don't teach it. They just do, and that's what makes it spin like that, and it gets it to go out of the ballpark. Gets it to keep going up in the air like that, as opposed to topspin where it comes down quicker. He can get backspin on the ball.
Swing and a miss, and the side is retired. But man, was the damage done. The Phillies got a run on a sac fly by Chase Utley. That was good. Then they got a run on an RBI single by Carlos Ruiz. That was even better. But then this guy comes to the plate representing the tying run, and Heath Bell got a fastball up that Darren Ruff, well, he didn't miss it. And we're tied up at 7. And guess what? We go to the 9th. analysis of this ball game against the Diamondbacks only on Pure Auto Assurance presents Phillies Post Game Live. Ben's going to get a chance to break down Darren Ruff and what he's been able to accomplish. What is it about the month of August? I mean, sometimes, just through sheer attrition, guys get better and better as the year goes on. It is hitting weather.
August is hitting weather.
Heath Bell has given up some runs these first 2 nights. And now Jonathan Papelbon will face Gerardo Parra, Will Nieves, and Cliff Pennington.
Well, here you go with a chance. You get them out here, and you have a chance for 4 in a row. Walk-offs.
Never happened.
Never happened.
For the Phillies, yeah. Last time it's happened in the majors was 2000. The Kansas City Royals did it.
Papelbon's job to get him out here in the 9th.
Parra takes a strike. Parra is 3 for 4. If the Phillies are able to win this ball game, then you got to give credit to DeFreitas, an inning and 2/3, including a big double play with the bases loaded, and also Jimenez to pitch a scoreless 8th inning.
We talked about that a little bit earlier. That he really didn't think it would come into play, but one of the important things for the Phillies were twice the D-backs into the double plays with 1 out. And right there, you think, fly ball, another run here, another run there. Team's got a little comeback in them right now, no doubt about it.
Now the 0-2 pitch coming to Parra. Check swing. That was a fastball. And it's 1-2. 90 miles an hour with that fastball.
Ethan Martin looked like the young pitcher would get a loss tonight. And now he gets a no decision. It's wide open. He's been out on the bench all night.
And a called strike 3. He's looking location in a different spot, but he was frozen by a fastball.
Yeah, he must have thought it was low because that thing's right down the middle. Let's see on the replay. At least that's what it looked like. Tooch moves inside, slides back. Yeah, he thought it was low because it's over the middle of the plate.
From there, it looked like it was across the knees. From there, it is across the knees, and partly because he kind of brought himself down a little bit, too.
And Carlos did a great job framing that thing, too, for the home plate umpire.
Nieves fouls it off to the right. It's 0-1. And you have Ashe over toward the line at third, and Ruff off the line at first.
And they throw the no doubles defense out there in the outfield. Don't hit it over your head, whatever you want to call it. Idea being we'll give you a hit in front, but not in the alley, so we can avoid it.
0-1 the count.
There's where it burns you. Whoops.
And Mayberry bobbles it, and Nieves is on his way to second, and he'll stop.
Yeah, he didn't see it. He kind of shut it down when he went around first, thankfully. That's when you guard the line and you're trying to stay away from an extra base hit, and that's a hard ground ball right at the third baseman in his normal position. Now watch right here. See, he looks down at the bag. He shuts it down a little bit, and now it's too late. Plus, that's a catcher running. So Phillies are very fortunate there that runner isn't at second base.
A.J. Pollock has come out of the on-deck circle. Pitcher spot is due up next. Pennington is the hitter. He has walked 3 times tonight. He squared.
Did he ground in one of those bases loaded double plays? No, he didn't.
He grounded into a double play with runners on first and second.
Yes.
Ziegler, if the Diamondbacks take the lead, and Colementor, if this game remains tied, I would think.
Right.
outside. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Ziegler was waving to a fan out there. They're very creative, evidently. There's some of those fans who talk to the visiting bullpen. Or can be.
You're all used to it by now because everywhere you go, the bullpens are kind of set up that way.
Yeah, but some cities are more creative than others in the things they say.
There's truth to that.
That's what you're told. We're told. When Mick Billmeyer was out there, he used to tell us some of the things that would be said. Interesting.
He would be able to say some things right back to them. That would be interesting and funny.
He enjoyed that when they were getting on the visiting guys. One of the nicer ones would be, you don't really think you're going to go into the game with that stuff you're throwing out there right now, do you? With different language.
One ball, 2 strikes. Inside, 2-2.
Stay in the no doubles in the outfield and give up a hit in front of you. See how deep they all are.
Ground ball towards second. That might be 2. Utley flips to second for 1. Not in time. Pennington gets across the bag. He really accelerated as he hit the midway point of that line. There was a long toss for Utley to get it to second base.
Yeah, he has to make the decision there whether he throws it, gets his feet set and throws it hard, or gives it that toss, which is going to take longer. Jimmy gets a lot on the throw, and Pennington did look like he beat it. Let's see.
It's a lot closer than I thought.
Yeah, it's close. Let's see if he beats it. Looked like he did. Is his foot on the bag? Yeah, he's safe.
Wow,
good call.
Is really close.
Real good call.
Marty Foster is the first base umpire. E.J. Pollock will pinch hit.
Pennington 2 out of 2 in stolen bases. Could let him go, but if he's thrown out, then you burn the pinch hitter. Unless you go double switch and leave him in the game. Same type of defense they've employed this whole inning in a tie game, keeping the third baseman on the pull side and the outfielders all the way back still. A good throw over time again with 2 strikes.
The 2 pitch. Ground ball toward third. Ashe flags it down, throws to first just in time. Whew.
Stumbled a little bit.
Yeah, just a little bit. No runs, 1 hit, and 1 man left. So here we go. Bottom of the 9th inning. The Phillies have 3 straight walk-off wins. Ruiz scored the first night. Then Michael Young. And then last night it was Ashe on the bases-loaded walk to Utley. Who will be the hero tonight? exciting to watch for the Phillies. They've got Michael Young against Rafael Betancourt. He rips this double to left field as the Phils come from behind to beat the Rockies. Carlos Ruiz scores the game winner. And they've all had different personalities during the course of this week. That's what's made it so much fun. Dominic Brown against a tough left-hander gets a hanger, then he gets it to right field. And now watch Michael Young. Not only a good slide, but also putting pressure on, and he scores the game winner. That's game 2. Now game 3, who would have thought this could have happened in game number 3? This was last night.
Bases loaded walk on a 3-2 hook. Close. Chase Utley knew it was a ball all the way. Cody Ashley on third at the time trots home. Yeah, they've all been different.
Well, it's time to pick your walk-off hero in your walk-off hero pool. First up is Cody Ashley. Well, excuse me, first up is Casper Wells. Casper Wells is 0 for 3 tonight. It's a 7-7 game. The Diamondbacks have out-hit the Phillies. They've also walked 9 times. Doesn't matter. Casper Wells leads it off against Josh Colmenter. Swing and a miss, 0-1.
They're going to do the same thing that the Phillies are just doing and guard the line on third on the pull side. This guy, not a hard thrower, used to be a starting pitcher. See, right-handed hitters 208, a little bit of a pie thrower. Reaches, goes way back, comes right over the top.
The 0-1 pitch to Wells. Outside, 1 ball, 1 strike.
It can be very deceptive because he doesn't throw real hard. And he relies on location and movement of his fastball and his breaking ball.
It's been a good relief pitcher for them this year.
Probably a little hard to pick him up sometimes too because he's so back. He's ball's so far behind him. Oof. Pretty good take there by Wells.
Now the 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. And 1 away. That was a changeup, and it had some great break on it.
Really deceptive too. You saw how far out in front of him. He almost wound up on one knee. Here it is, changeup. And he did wind up on one knee.
Michael Young will pitch hit for the Phils.
And you saw in that graphic we showed on Colmenter, he has thrown 6 long balls. So a late inning guy in late innings that sometimes can't keep in the ball in the ballpark. Good sign for the Phillies.
First pitch to Michael Young, takes slow, 1-0. Young 264, 8 home runs, 39 runs batted in. Over 100 hits in his season. Over 20 doubles this season. The 1-0 pitch. Nobody's up just yet in the Phillies bullpen as we try to think ahead if there is a 10th inning.
Well, they don't have many options.
Well, Diekman threw earlier, so he's going to probably be the guy, and he probably will get up in a moment.
Right, Rosenberg and Diekman. It's lonely out there right now. See, Rod Nichols is out there, and Jesus Tiamo warming guys up.
And now the 1-2 pitch to Young. Outside, 2-2. Michael Young always, a couple of times that he's helped the Phils win these games, and this style said it never gets old for a player, even at his age and all that he's accomplished. Pulls that one foul past Samuel. He has 1 career walk-off home run. He's trying to get on right here.
Right.
It was 4 years ago. Roger Bernardino waits. And again, the 2-2 pitch to Michael Young.
Davis thought he had a strikeout. He's ready to throw that around.
Now the 3-2 pitch.
He got on.
And now Bernardino.
Now this is the point in the game last night. They put a hit and run on with Jimmy Rollins. Ryan Sandberg, they don't know Bernardino that well, so you wonder if they would try it at some point if they get a point in the count that they like. Sometimes it's the first pitch.
Because you're thinking fastball?
Well, yeah, exactly. But Coleman's showing he's got swing and miss stuff too tonight. But that's just a guessing game, and as Ryan was talking about before the game with us, it's a lot of it's in your gut as a manager, whether you do what you do and what you don't do.
Bernardino has scored 2 runs tonight. Shows bunt, takes a strike. It's 0-1.
Well, he's doing that on his own because he's 1 out. He's certainly not a bunt on. Really wanting to swing the bat. He's a left-handed hitter, and you have the hole open, and you want to get the runner to third base, just the way they did last night, and put all the pressure on the D-back. So you're not trying to bunt for a base hit necessarily.
Ground ball toward first. That's a foul ball. But Coleman doesn't get you jumpy with that changeup.
Sure.
It's at 79 miles an hour.
Well, it looks like he's never going to get there the way he's way back behind his head with that delivery, that pie throw delivery he has.
Off the hands, popped up around the mound. 2 outs.
Goes that changeup, that fastball looks 100 miles per hour.
They'll bring Jimmy Rollins to the plate. Jimmy's had a pretty good night. He's 2 for 4. He scored a run in his last 2 at bats.
You look and you think about Gibson right now, what he's thinking, and if Jimmy Rollins were to get a base hit here and then not win the game, that you would think they'll walk out and go after Mayberry.
Just based on what he did last night, that makes sense.
Well, you wouldn't want Utley to beat you with a right-hander on the mound.
In the dirt, gets away from Nieves.
Well, now we may find out all kinds of stuff.
Yep, the winning run is in scoring position.
Will they walk him here now? But then I don't think they'd walk out there. Well, we'll see. This is these guys. They just don't. You have to block these balls.
It's lazy.
Very lazy. That has to drive them nuts in that dugout. All these wild pitches.
Oh, it is another one.
Nope, they're not going to walk him because they don't want to. They don't want to deal with Utley, and they're not going to walk him. It looks like.
There's the 1-0 pitch coming to Rollins. Outside, 2-0.
John Mayberry in the 4-hole after Dominic had to leave the game early with that sore heel problem.
Here's the 2-0 pitch. Outside, ball 3.
Almost like they're trying to fish ain't biting with Jimmy right now. Boy, that center fielder, Capana, is so shallow. He's taking a chance out there. Look where he is. He's taking a shot right here that he's going to throw the run out at the plate, and Jimmy's not going to hit it over his head.
Left field and right field have the best arms in the outfield. Ball 4, first and second. Utley's coming up.
Well, this is where we thought they might even walk him if they got to this spot, but they didn't pitch to Jimmy there with that base open. He's talking to Matt Williams right now, Gibson, and that's what they're talking about. Do we take a chance to walk him and then maybe walk in the win and run again?
They're also discussing where they're going to have the infielders and the outfielders set up.
Well, yeah, it's the same thing they're doing in the outfield that they were doing before. They're playing pretty shallow.
They've got Aaron Hill, the second baseman, back in shallow right field.
Kind of backed up a little bit.
Just a little. First and second, 2 outs. Utley has an RBI tonight on a sac fly.
going to throw him a strike here.
Then you run the wild pitch thing again, though.
Well, sure, they don't necessarily want to have another bases loaded situation. But last time it was 1 out. So he's not throwing any strikes at all to Rollins and Utley. It's almost like he's saying, if you want to get yourself out, fine. This is where Chase Utley has to really discipline himself to look in an area, because he's in the driver's seat.
Here's the 2-0 pitch to Utley. Outside, ball 3.
This whole inning, you could see it coming. They were going to go after Mayberry with the bases loaded, unless Utley or Rollins would get themselves out.
Utley taking here, you would assume.
Right.
Bases are now loaded. Well, you do this and you kind of back yourself in a corner and hope that you can shove yourself out of that corner.
Well, those were two of the darndest intentional walks you'll ever see. It's so obvious what they were doing, and give those two veteran players a lot of credit, Tom. Rollins and Utley, they recognized what was going on right there, and they didn't swing at pitches out of the zone. That was really good approaches by both of them. You get antsy there. You're trying to win the game yourself. John Mayberry on June the 4th is going to turn into a grand slam home run. They just needed a sac fly there, and he got them all.
Well, can he do it again? August 23rd, he was the hero again against the Reds. Wasn't a grand slam, but it certainly did the job.
The tweener.
August 23rd of last year.
All right, now this is where you're talking about stay alert for a ball to bounce up there.
The bases are loaded. Michael Young leads off third. Rollins off second. Utley off first. The pitch. Outside, 1-0.
Talk about it all the time. You can understand what they just did, but they have a double whammy here. They have no wiggle room, and they lead the league in wild pitches.
Ryan Sandberg talked about everybody up on the rail. It's in both dugouts. 1-0 to Mayberry. Coleman ready, the pitch. That's a strike. 1-1. He had to take one, you figured. Even if he kind of worked around Rollins and Utley, you don't know if that knocked him out of rhythm. Sometimes it does.
And he's not going to work around Mayberry because he can't. These last couple innings in these games are fun around here. Right?
They are. The runners lead off the 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. 1-2. So now Colementer's in the driver's seat, ahead 1 ball and 2 strikes. Let's see where they go. His changeup seems to be his best pitch. Here it comes. Foul tip, and he gets out of a bases loaded jam. He went with a high fastball, and the side is retired. Well, he bookends strikeouts, 1 to begin, 1 to end the 9th inning. So we go to the 10th. Who would have thought that 5 innings ago? We're tied at 7. one could be heard all over this ballpark. Darren Ruff on a high fastball from Eatonville tied this baby up. It was his 9th home run in the month of August. It was a towering shot. It was a moonshot. And a curtain call. I haven't seen many of those around here. And he sends this game, helps send this game into extra innings. That is our WB Mason delivery of the game. Phillies have made some changes. Speaking of Darren Ruff finds his way from first base into left field. He's kind of been moving around all over the place since he's been called up in the big leagues. Arizona in extra innings, 13-5. The Phillies 6-5. Michael Young stays in the game to play first. The new pitcher is left-hander Jake Diekman. Diekman takes over for Papelbon. Give a tip of the cap to DeFreitas, Jimenez, and Papelbon. Now Diekman 1-3. His earned run average 3.55. And he'll face the top of the order, Campana. You have to be leery of bunt. He shows bunt, takes a strike. I can't imagine that Diekman is that easy to bunt against.
No, he's not easy. But he's harder to hit against for a left-handed hitter. So, as you said right away, as fast as this guy is, you got to come up the corners and try to take the bunt away from him.
Outside, 1 ball, 1 strike.
You almost have to play near the line. That's what they're going to do too. You're going to have to put Ashe on the line for a left-handed hitter, because Diekman throws so hard and he throws it away that he's more likely to slap one down that line. And that's what they did. They just moved him over there.
Yeah, he's defensive in every which way.
Big time.
Diekman 4 1/3 scoreless. I mentioned before that for a guy like him and the way he throws, it seems like a lifetime. They got to hurry. Ashe lets it go by. Rollins won't have a play.
There you go. You have him over on the line and he can't get to it. And now you have no chance when he slaps it at the shortstop. That's a good play by Campana.
And now Diekman has not always been able to hold runners on.
Him just slap it. He's just trying to put the ball in play, get it by the third baseman, and he does, and then you know it's a hit. But they really had to put him over there on the line because of the swings he was taking. He might hit a double right down the line.
Adam Eaton is up. Eaton is 2 for 5. Thought he might try to bunt. But no, he didn't square there. It's 1-0.
It looks like they're giving more early in the count, at least. So we're going to give him a chance to steal. Long look now, though, at Matt Williams.
Good news is Campana's going back every time Diekman comes to the plate.
Yeah. Yeah, they're having trouble. Steve Sachs over there, the coach, and Campana reading Diekman right now.
He bunts in the air. It's a good bunt. Utley picks it up, flips with his glove, not in time. And now first and second, and Goldschmidt is coming up.
Yeah, you got to pitch to him now. Well, they're doing a good job utilizing their speed here in this inning. left-handed pitcher like Diekman's fallen off to the third base side, so he pops that bunt into that area. Utley had to come and get it. Diekman has no chance to get there. He underhands it. He figured that was the only way he could get him, so you don't get much on it. And he can fly too, and he beats it.
Goldschmidt doubled his last time up. He's 1 for 3 with 2 walks and a run scored. So now they have the inning where they want it.
Right. If they had gotten to Campana to second with 1 out and the base open, they would have walked Goldschmidt here. But now, of course, they can't.
Philly's been able to roll the double play ball tonight. They've rolled 3. Fastball low, 1-0.
Guy's looking to pull early, as you can see there when he opened up. Seems like later in the count, he'll hit the ball the other way. A little bit like that Chris Johnson then in the Braves. His fastball, when he has it down like that, it's a tough pitch to hit. They just see the top of it, and it's fast.
The 1-2 pitch will have to wait as he turns back towards second, just to keep Campana close to the neighborhood. Out towards center field. Bernardina on the run. Campana's going to tag. Bernardina makes the catch. The throw goes toward the cutoff man. Campana's at third. He'll stop there.
Well, that's a great 2-strike swing. They were really burying him with that stuff down and away. And Goldschmidt is so strong. He goes out and gets it and gets a runner to third. Heck of an at bat.
Now they have to deal with Martin Prado.
He was swinging at these and fouling them and missing them. This one was still in a good spot. And look how strong he is. And he has a little bit of a 2-strike swing there. Good player.
They've gotten Prado to bounce into a double play. He did that back in the 6th. The Freitas got him to do that. They also got him to ground out to shortstop in the 2nd. Now he's homered and doubled.
I don't think they'll have Eaton steal here either, because if he steals and he makes it, then they can walk Prado and go after Gregorius left.
Fastball, strike 1.
Fastball's really jumping out of his hand right now.
98 miles an hour. I guess we should stop being stunned by it. Is there a big difference between 2 or 3 miles an hour? Yeah.
And how about the location?
Yeah. Phillies set up to try to turn 2. The 1-1 pitch. Ground ball towards second. That could be 2. Utley flips to second for 1. Rollins gets out of the way and is able to turn the double play. 4-6-3. The double play has turned out to be a good friend of the Phillies tonight. Even when they were down early, they were turning one after another. Now they've turned 4, and this is the biggest of the nights. Chase Utley with a flip to Rollins, and Rollins gets out of the way of contact And we go to the bottom of the 10th inning. The Phils have a chance to win it again in their final at bat. Pretty impressive stuff. Well, we're back now for the bottom of the 10th inning. All even at 7 apiece. Kind of give you a rundown of what happened in today's ballgame. The Phillies fell behind 3-0 after 1, 5-0 after 3. They were down 6-0 going to the bottom of the 5th inning when Carlos Ruiz picked up the first hit of the night for the Phils against Randall Delgado. It was a home run. But the Diamondbacks, they tacked on another one in the 6th. The Phillies have held them quiet since, and they've done the scoring. They've scored 6 unanswered runs. And now Carlos Ruiz, who is 2 for 4 with 2 RBIs, will face Cole Mentor. It'll be Ruiz, Ruff, and Ashe.
Double plays have been big in this game for the Phillies, too. That was a really slick one they just turned right there. Jimmy Rollins did a great job of getting out of the way of Eaton and keeping Eaton down where he couldn't get after him.
Outside, 1 ball, 1 strike.
He come over the bag like that, and a runner, the ball's going to come right between your eyes if you don't get down. And he had to get down a little quicker than he wanted.
Carlos is trying to send that off the Geico sign in left field.
That's a pretty good changeup.
1-2 pitch to Carlos. Grounds it foul.
Philly's only down to 1 pitcher right now. You know, you get your starter knocked out in the first inning and you go to extra innings. You're going to figure at the end you're going to be a little short.
Yeah, I thought about that. I thought about whether they would send a starter out to the bullpen.
Half it in there right now. Yeah, they may have to, Tom.
2 balls, 2 strikes.
Valdez isn't here anymore.
Fly ball down the left field line. Gregorius, the shortstop, into foul territory. 1 out. And Darren Ruff, who homered to tie this game up his last time up, will bat here in the bottom of the 10th.
We're going to ask 2 innings out of Diekman if they don't win the game here. Another reason why they did this switching around, batted a pitcher in the 4-hole. Here's why we're playing extra innings. A fastball from Heath Bell and a 2-1 count. Darren Ruff gets all that backspin on it, gets it up in the air, and it just kept on going.
A 1 pitch to Ruff. Outside, 1 ball, 1 strike.
Charlie used to say a home run's nothing more than a fly ball that goes over the fence.
Ryan Sandberg said that the other day, that all of his home runs were accidents. It's a lot of accidents.
Never heard him say that. Saw a lot of them. Seemed like he hit a ton of them against the Phillies. A line drive home runs. He wasn't a guy that hit it way out, way up in the air, and he would hit liners. Quick homers.
1-2 pitch. Outside, 2-2.
The way he played the game, too, you look up, he was already at second base going around the bases.
And he got him for the second out.
This guy, this changeup that he throws really gets him off his fastball. He doesn't throw hard, but he can throw it by guys when they're sitting on this off-speed stuff. We're thinking about it. It's about an 89, 90, right down the middle, but he's late.
Cody Ashley's 1 for 4. And a line drive towards center. Campana got a late start. It'll drop in front of him. Winning runners aboard. Casper Wells will bat.
First batter that Cole Mentor faced was Casper Wells and struck him out.
Casper struck out 3 times tonight.
They've backed their outfielders up a little bit now.
Yeah, Campana's even taken a few steps back. They've got Prado right on the line at third, and they've got Gregorius to cut off the hole at shortstop.
And they're playing the second baseman up the middle. They obviously think he's going to pull.
The 0-1 pitch outside. Cody Ashley has good speed. A ball to the gap could win the ball game for the Phillies.
Right, and that's why they're playing the defense. They're playing in the outfield to prevent a ball from getting into the gap.
One pitch. Low, ball 2-2-1. Michael Young is on deck. That's the pitcher spot, the old pitcher spot. Pitcher spot now is the 4-hole. That's where Diekman sits.
That's where this guy's been throwing a lot of changeups now. He's been pitching backwards to hitters. And I wouldn't be surprised if he throws one to Wells here.
Ashley leads off third. Here's the 2-1. Outside, 3-1.
Fastball.
And now what do you throw if you're Cole Mentor?
I don't know, but if you're at Wells, you have to look at half the home plate right now. Zone in, because you have 2 pitches. Don't let him get you out with a non-strike or a pitch away.
Hill moves over toward the middle more. I should say Pennington does. The 3-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. 3-2. Ashley will be off and running on this one. It's a fastball at 88.
They're going to have to hold him on.
Cash he goes. Pitch is swung on and missed. He went after a high fastball. Side is retired, and we'll go to the 11th inning. No runs, 1 hit, and 1 man left. Nothing solved yet.
Bills this week.
Yeah, it has.
They've done a lot of rallying under that moon.
We're going to need the bottom of the 11th inning, because this game is tied at 7, and Tyler Cloyd, who's scheduled to start tomorrow for the Phils, is heading out to the bullpen. So I guess he is the emergency guy. Figure Diekman can give them 1 more inning. He's thrown 15 pitches so far. He allowed a couple base runners in the last inning, but was able to get a double play ball. So we'll face Gregorius. Fastball, strike 1.
This guy can run too, so they have to come up the corners and watch for a bunt. Last inning they used their speed tremendously. Did the D-backs with the first 2 hitters, but they didn't get a run out of it.
Foul tip, and it's 0-2. I would have hoped he would have called it a strike anyway.
Yeah, it looked like a strike. Now he has him buried. He can go a lot of ways with him. One way being that hard slider that Carlos Ruiz has to call and then block.
Swing and a miss. He got him with that slider. Ruiz will throw it down to first. I didn't think that hit the ground.
Neither did Carlos.
Home plate umpires signaled out. So
here you go with the breaking ball away. You figured he'd go after him with this. That's not on the ground. Good slider. Buried him on 3 pitches.
So Gerardo Parra is now the hitter. They've got Tuffy Goswitch and Matt Davidson available. Parra, I thought he went. Let's see. Nope, says Tim McClellan.
Phillies really need to win this game because they're going to have some pitchers not available tomorrow.
The Diamondbacks, meanwhile, have Ziegler and De La Rosa, who pitched last night's ball game. the lady behind home plate who said it was on the plate. 3-1.
This guy's got a lot of pitches to call tonight.
Here's the 3-1 pitch coming to Parra. Ground ball toward first, handled by Michael Young.
Well, they had him where they had him on the line. That's where he had to be, on the pull side there. That thing was taking some funny hops at him, and he took it off to the side. Ball's hit pretty hard. Watch where he is, right on the line. And now he goes to one knee and takes it off to the side and gets it done. Good play.
Ball and 1 strike. A reminder that Marshall Harris and Ben Davis, they're sitting and waiting, hoping they can call another walk-off victory in the post-game show.
A lot to talk about in this one.
Some things to forget about, too.
Yeah. Well, it's been the good, the bad, and the ugly tonight.
That one sailed away. It's 2-1. That was a slider that just didn't slide. Diekman trying to get this to the bottom of the 11th when the Phillies will have Michael Young, Roger Bernardina, and Jimmy Rollins.
Looks like Colemeter will pitch another inning, too.
Yeah, De La Rosa's throwing, but he was throwing. Now he's standing. Ground ball to third. Ashe. Nice play on the glove side. Deep third. Dug out by Michael Young. And the side is retired. Oh, the bullpen has come to life again as this game has moved on. We go to the bottom of the 11th inning. Michael Young will lead it off. In recent games for the Phillies. Tonight, 2 scoreless innings, 1 strikeout, 2 hits. Combined his effort tonight with Jonathan Papelbon, Cesar Jimenez, and Justin DeFreitas. And even Luis Garcia, who was able to go 3 1/3, gave him a little bit of length, and that was important at that time. The bullpen had to take over early because Ethan Martin lasted just 2/3. Everybody's still hanging out. 34,637. I guess not every one of the 34,637, but a hardy group.
Well, a lot of people are happy they stayed.
Some are frustrated at home that they didn't stay.
There's the way they pieced it together tonight after Ethan Martin went out after 2/3.
Michael Young will face Josh Colemeter. There's no clock in baseball, Wheels.
No.
Just there as a symbol.
That's all it is, as this week has proved. Give Colementor credit. He's done a heck of a job for them.
The 0-1 pitch to Young. Outside, 1-1.
He looks like he can stay out there 5-6 innings.
Yeah, he does.
Well, he was a starter for a long time.
1-1 pitch to Michael Young. Down the right field line. That'll slice out of play and makes it 1-2. Another one out of play. Michael Young walked in his only at bat as a pinch hitter and then stayed in the game to play first. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Boy, they're moving everybody way over right now to right center because everything Michael Young's fouling off is latent to the right side. Look at this area out here. That if he were to pull a ball, and this guy does throw some slow stuff every once in a while.
One ball and 2 strikes. And out in front of a changeup. And Colementor has picked up his 5th strikeout.
Been really good. Another changeup. He's using fastball changeup for the most part. And real good motion with it right over the top, and it dives.
Well, Bernardina has scored 2 runs tonight. He's homered. It's his only hit in the Phil's uniform. That one's hit well toward right field. Going back on his para. Back toward the track. It's over his head off the base of the scoreboard. He plays it well. Gets it in quickly. But Bernardina's at second.
Boy, you're hoping for a crazy carom out there because those guys were both really close
Very
to
close.
it.
Yep.
And if that had taken any kind of a crazy carom, you got a triple or maybe an inside the park home run. But as you said, Tom, they played it really well.
Parra is an excellent outfielder.
He is, but look how close they get. Right there, and it hits off the base of the wall, and it comes right back to, well, it died. But look how close they're standing together out there.
Now that warning track is a lot wider than some others, but still.
Good play, but a good job there by Bernardina. I think they're going to get that left-hander up. Yeah, he is for Utley. He's the guy that walked Utley last night.
Yeah, it's De La Rosa. They bring the outfielders in a little bit with Rollins up. Bernardino with good speed at second. Rollins takes a strike.
Surprised they're pitching to him here?
After last night, yes.
With the base open? Because they have the left-hander ready for Utley, even though there's only 1 out. And then you have to pinch hit. The pitcher spot is up after that.
Oh, you figure Kratz.
Right. And they would take a 2-out hit at that. Well, Jimmy beat him here.
Rollins has been on base the last 3 times. Outside, and it's 1-1.
Last time Colementor gave him nothing to hit, and he walked.
One ball, 1 strike to Rollins. Colementor looks back at second, delivers. High, 2-1. Did they change their thinking?
Can't tell. This is the way they pitched him last time, though. Although this time they did throw him 1 strike.
Rollins certainly knows how to be a hero. He's ready for the 2-1 pitch. Ball 3.
They're all high fastball. You know the Phillies and scout as all the opposition's going to do before they come in. You don't want to throw Jimmy Rollins low fastballs. So they're throwing everything up. And now they just call him down there as Nagy to see if De La Rosa's ready.
Bernardina inches off second. 3-1 is a strike. Ooh, that's a tough strike. It's 3-2.
Yeah. And he's zoning in the middle end at that point.
Tough not to be anxious with a high fastball. It's 3-2. Colementer's gotten a few strikeouts with that high fastball.
Aaron hit second baseman really deep. Not help.
Here's the 3-2 pitch. Up high, ball 4. It's Pennington. Back-to-back walks for Rollins. First and second. Utley is up. Tuffy Goswitch has the gear on. They may do a double switch here.
Well, what a great at bat again by Jimmy Rollins. He recognized they really weren't going to pitch to him.
Well, they're going to pitch to Utley. They're going to bring in De La Rosa. So Kirk Gibson takes the baseball from Colementor. His night is done. The runners are his responsibility. De La Rosa's coming in for his second straight night for the D-backs. Oh, we're back here at Citizens Bank Park, bottom of the 11th inning. Phillies and the Diamondbacks tied at 7. The Phillies have the winning run at second base. Yuri De La Rosa, who walked Chase Utley last night with the bases loaded, will face Utley again. Roger Bernardina's at second, Jimmy Rollins at first. That's the guy that matters. He's just there for the landscaping.
And they have a right-hander they just brought up out there, Chaz Rowe. So maybe it's a one-batter thing here for De La Rosa.
Phillies, meanwhile, have Tyler Cloyd up in the bullpen.
There's Rowe. That's after Poots dislocated his finger last night on that ball up the middle and had to go on the disabled list.
The J.J. Putz knew he did something when it happened, but he didn't realize that it could have cost him the rest of the season.
Saw him looking at his hand as he was walking off the mound last night.
Utley has an RBI and a sac fly. He's walked a couple times tonight. Runners lead off first and second. And De La Rosa turns back. Bernardina and Gregorius.
He can run, Roger Bernardina. He's a really good athlete.
Both from Curacao. They were chatting it up while De La Rosa was warming up.
I wonder what language they use. Those guys all speak a lot of languages.
Complimento.
It's amazing. Time you hear about a player from Korea, well, he speaks 3, 4, 5 languages.
Pitch to Utley. Down the left field line. Long run for Eaton. He may have a play on this one. He jumps and it's out of his reach. What an effort, really.
Great effort here by Adam Eaton. Times his leap at the wall. I think it's fairly deep in there too, but he sure gives it a heck of a try.
No balls and 1 strike. De La Rosa looks back at second. Outside, 1-1.
Well, they leave a lot of room for Utley on that left side with this guy throwing him away so much.
I think that was his thought with that ball. He hit down the left field line.
He just pulls so much that they're taking their chances that he's going to pull the way he normally does, and they're just going to leave that hole open on the left side.
Phillies have never won 4 straight walk-off games. They've won 3 straight this week. And Utley hits it foul, and it's 1-2. That may have been the best pitch he'll get.
I gave him a little middle-in fastball there. Samuel is a good runner at second base, but there's also only 1 out, so he can't necessarily get a great jump on every ball that's hit.
It's 1-2 to Chase Utley. And Chase pops it up. Infield fly roll will be called. Gregorius makes the catch, so 2 outs. And Eric Kratz is coming up. Let's see what they do with De La Rosa. They've got the right-hander Rowe in the bullpen. Eric Kratz will bat for Diekman. If we go to the 12th, tomorrow's starter Tyler Cloyd will come into the ball game. Here comes Kirk Gibson. He'll make a double switch. So Tuffy go switch, I think, because Tuffy's in the dugout with equipment on. Will come into the ball game. Did find out that the reason Aaron Hill is out of this game is because he had tightness in his groin.
Right. You wonder why they took him out of the ball game. He's such a good player for them.
So a double switch here at Citizens Bank Park. Phillies and the Diamondbacks tied at 7. The winning run at second base. The 11th inning. And Eric Kratz has been introduced as a pinch hitter. But Chaz Rowe has been brought on, a right-hander, to face him. Rowe just called back up for the minor leagues. Those were his numbers in the minors. His numbers in the big leagues, he has an earned run average of 5.40. Former first-round selection by the Colorado Rockies. Back in 2005.
Just watching him warm up. He threw a four-seam fastball, then he threw sinker, and then he threw slider. So see him throw any type of changeup, at least show it.
He was at Lafayette High School in Lexington, Kentucky. 6'5", 200 pounds. Minor league free agent. Diamondbacks picked up this offseason. He'll face Eric Kratz as a pinch hitter. Runners lead off. And the pitch coming to Kratz. Slider for a strike. It's 0-1.
Good one. Right now, Bernardino, of course, can get a great jump off second base because there's 2 outs.
Pennington is the guy keeping him close or trying to. He's got a good lead. The 0-1 pitch. Oh, it almost hit him. Yeah.
Goswitch caught that thing.
That's right. Tuffy Goswitch, we mentioned he was coming in. He is in. He'll be batting 9th for the Diamondbacks. The pitcher spot is now 7th. Cole Mentor went 2 1/3. De La Rosa went 1/3. Here's the 1-1 pitch to Kratz. Inside 2-1.
Fastball's 91, throwing a slider.
He's ahead 2-1. The pitch is cracked toward third, a foul ball. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Martin Prado is firing balls into the crowd. Finding guys with gloves.
A long time ago, he hit that homer.
Yeah. Here comes the 2-2 pitch. The runners go. The pitch is swung out and missed. Went at a slider, and the side is retired. So we will go to the 12th inning. And tomorrow's starting pitcher for the Phillies, Tyler Cloyd, will be tonight's relief pitcher for them. We go to the 12th. Pennington will lead it off, and then Goswitch. A committed pitch here tonight. Floyd 2-3 with an ERA of 4.02. And he's going to face Pennington, Goswitch, and then the top of the order for the Arizona Diamondbacks. This obviously leaves a void for tomorrow's ball game for the Phillies, but they're concerned more about getting the win here tonight. So Cloyd, who's all stretched out if we have to go farther than 12.
Everybody's running out of players, both sides. Phillies, especially when you consider their starter went 2/3 tonight. They were really behind the 8 ball.
And it seems like B.J. Rosenberg is not available. Otherwise, he would have been in the ball game.
Right. He pitched consecutive games, consecutive nights. So, right. They feel he's not available.
Pennington tonight has walked, grounded into a double play. He's walked 3 times.
Tyler Cloyd did face these guys earlier this year. He lost 3-2 to Ian Kennedy on the 10th of May.
He pitched well in that game.
6 1/3, 2 hits, 2 earned runs, 3 walks, and 4 strikeouts. This was all prepared for tomorrow.
There's the 2-0 pitch. Outside, 3-0. There's Tuffy go switch. And there's ball 4. Pennington was putting the bat down and heading to first base before the pitch even settled into the glove of Carlos Ruiz. Well, now Ghost, what you would think is going to sacrifice him up into second base.
You take a shot at it because, you know, as a catcher, if he hits a ground ball, the odds are it'll be a double play.
Tuffy, of course, began his professional career in the Phillies organization, a very well-liked individual.
Yeah.
One of Chris Wheeler's captains for his golf tournament on a consistent basis.
He is a good person. It's nice to see him get a chance to play in the major leagues.
5 for 20 so far. He squares, bunts, and it's a good one. Floyd bobbles it, throws, gets him in time. Thankfully, he was a catcher, although he ran pretty well. Put out goes 1-4.
He did his best.
And now Campana.
Here it is. It's spinning a lot out there, and you see he's trying to smother it there, and he almost doesn't pick it up. And then Tuffy goes switch running down the line as hard as he can, is out of first base, but he gets the job done, getting some high fives in the dugout.
Tony Campana will be the hitter.
They can cheat in with Campana because he's not a guy that drives the ball, so the outfielders can cheat in, and they're looking in the dugout, oh, where do you want us?
Juan Samuel was moving them over, playing him the other way. Cutter inside, 1-0.
Cloyd, of course, is a guy you can pull even if you're not a pull hitter because he doesn't throw very hard. Looks like Chase Utley, even though you have a left-handed hitter up, it looks like Utley's the guy they're bringing in to try and keep Pennington closer at second, keeping Rollins in the hole over there where Campana's more likely to slap the ball. Then you see the second baseman coming in, even though you have a left-handed hitter up.
Diamondbacks have gone 12 innings in a game 11 times this year. Wow. Popped him up. Ruiz gives it a look. It's going to be out of play into the Diamond Club. And remains 2-2. It's a lot of pitches, Wheels. It's 456 pitches.
Nice ad job.
Yes.
It's excellent. Taking me another minute to get that. Well, obviously he's got to throw a strike here, and Campana knows it. Starting pitcher, you can have a bad first inning as a reliever. In a game like this, you can't.
3-2 pitch. Slaps it foul.
And this guy will just keep slapping it. They might even consider running there, but they did not on the 3-2.
Well, he's getting a good lead, even though Utley is trying to keep him close by just a presence of high ball 4. And Medical runners on first and second. So now you run the risk that Goldschmidt could bat in this inning.
Right. And they don't have a hit yet. 2 walks.
Adam Eaton can run. He's a tough guy to double up. Well, the Phillies had first and second in their half of the 11th inning with 1 out. Didn't score. Let's see if Tyler Cloyd can work his way out of the 12th inning here.
Remember the game he pitched the other night? He couldn't get out of the middle of the plate for first 3 innings, gave up a bunch of runs, and started to pitch better. That's the thing about a starting pitcher. They have a little wiggle room, but not a reliever in extra innings.
Some time ago, Ethan Martin started this game and went 2/3. Ball, 2 strikes. Luis Garcia then came on and threw 3 1/3. Then Zach Miner, Justin DeFreitas, Cesar Jimenez, Jonathan Papelbon, Jake Diekman, and now Cloyd. That pitch is high. It's 2-2. Ground ball, a little dribbler. It's going to be a tough play. Cloyd throws him out. Now they can walk Goldschmidt.
Yeah, and then you have Prado, who's another really clutch hitter on deck, and Cloyd's been having trouble with his command, but that's what they're talking about. See, they're looking at each other, pick your poison right here. You would think they're going to walk Goldschmidt, but then there we go with the no wiggle room.
Sometimes you worry about a guy like Prado because he can make contact.
He's a clutch hitter, but so is this guy. This guy's leading the league in ribbies.
There's certain guys you just don't want to have beat you. And at the beginning of each series, they point to certain guys, and Goldschmidt's the guy. They are going to walk him intentionally. So that'll load up the bases for Martin Prado.
And no surprise.
3 walks in this inning, counting this intentional walk.
And one thing about Prado, we've seen him so many times, he will go after that first pitch in these situations too, because he wants to get something done early.
Prado's had some big at-bats, both for and against the Diamondbacks.
Well, he's grounded in 2 double plays tonight with a man at third. Well, he can't do that now.
The Diamondbacks have left 12. So Goldschmidt walks.
Here's in the 10th inning, the second of those double plays, and this is really a great job by Chase Utley to start it. Look at Jimmy Rollins. That runner's coming in low at him right there, and he just gets away from him. They get Prado. Bases were loaded at the time with 1 out. But he loves to swing early when he has a chance to do something.
Takes inside, and it's 1-0. Started with a fastball. Pennington is the go-ahead run. He's over at third. Campana's at second. He's important too. And now Cloyd wants to talk to Ruiz.
Carlos Ruiz is earning a day off tomorrow. I think they had it planned anyway.
With Cloyd on the mound, so he's going to get to catch him anyway. See the runners in scoring position numbers. The 1-0 pitch. There's a strike, and it's 1-1.
Well, Prado, that's a different approach for him.
It was.
And he went up there and he was going to take a strike. And no attempt to swing on the first 2 pitches, but now he'll get after it now.
One pitch in the air down the left field line, foul territory. Ashley gives it a peek. It's out of play. It's 1-2. Cloyd is now 1 strike away from giving the Phils a chance to win it in a tie ball game in their final at bat in the bottom of the 12th inning. He's got himself in a tough spot. But then again, the Phillies pitchers have been working in and out of tough spots all night long. They've had 1, 2, 3 inning. That's it. The 1-2 pitch. Popped him up. Cody Ashe. Foul territory. Third base side. Has a play. And we go to the bottom of the 12th inning. Tyler Cloyd walks 3. No matter. He's able to get the last out with the bases loaded. Boy, there's been some clutch pitching tonight by the Phillies bullpen. Carlos Ruiz will lead it off when we return. The bottom of the 8th inning with a 2-run home run. Tyler Cloyd walked 3 in the top of the 12th. It wasn't easy, but he got through the top of the 12th inning. Carlos Ruiz will lead it off. He'll do so against Chaz Rowe. Carlos is ready to go. Fastball in there for a strike. Carlos is 2 for 5. Solo home run earlier in the ball game. Saying this all night with these leadoff batters, just trying to get on, particularly here in the extra frames. 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. He was thinking fastball the whole way.
And they've never seen this guy before, and he has a pretty good slider.
Chaz Rowe was in the independent leagues last year after he went 0-7 with Tacoma. And a called strike 3. Man, he just flipped that slider in there.
He threw it right at him that time.
Well, Arizona's pitchers bullpen. They have two guys, Thatcher and Bell, that have given up a couple of runs, but they also have other guys that really stepped it up.
Phillies have now struck out 15 times in this game.
Darren Ruff's two-run home run in the 8th inning tied the ball game up. And the pitch inside, it nearly hit him.
I want him to get hit. I want him to stay up there and hit a homer.
Martin Prato's over toward the line at third. A 1-0 pitch. Slider low, 2-0. This guy had some wicked numbers in AAA. His earned run average was just barely over 1. A little different story here in the big leagues. His ERA was over 5. I don't know what it is. It just seems like he's throwing harder than 90 miles an hour.
Well, that slider's good. That's his pitch. He's just using his fastball to get to it.
Now the 2-1 pitch coming to Darren Ruff. Slider, and it's 2-2. It is a good pitch.
He's throwing it different ways too. He's throwing it at him sometimes, and other times down the middle and then away. So it's like two different breaking balls he has.
Or he threw it again, and he loops it down the right field line. Goldschmidt in foul territory. He can't get to it.
And you're in protection mode away right now if you're Darren Ruff because of those sliders. The way he's hurt him with fastballs, I wouldn't think he'd throw him one.
Throws them the slider. It's 3-2. And now what is he throwing?
Slider?
Yes, sir.
Can't believe he challenged him with a fastball here. The way Darren Ruff can hit fastballs. Never know.
The count is full to Darren Ruff. Slider hit foul.
That was one of the poorer ones that he's thrown there too. Even though it was down, it was in the middle. It's tough. He goes switch right now and see if he gives another slider sign. See, he wants it down, but that one is a spinner and it's got a lot of the plate, but he pulled off it.
Ooh, he tied him up with a fastball. So he has struck out all 3 batters he's faced.
That's 16. Sunday. There you go.
Cody Ashley is swinging a miss.
17 strikeouts. Excuse me. Well, when you have 16, what's 17?
Just another out.
What's one more?
0-1 to Ashley. Ashley has 2 hits in this ball game. He has struck out 1 time. And Rose ready. The pitch. Broke his bat. Gregorius at shortstop. Throws him out. And the Phillies are retired in order here in the 12th inning. So how about lucky number 13? That is what is upon us as we hit midnight here in Philadelphia. And they've tied it at 7 apiece. At one point, the Phillies were down 5-0 or 6-0, I should say, and they've climbed all the way back to make this a 7-7 game. And now Tyler Cloyd getting ready for his second inning of relief work. So he obviously will not start tomorrow. That'll be another story for today. Not another day, but for today.
We'll have that for you later.
Just got a text message from our friend Kevin Wilson, who is on the coaching staff of Team USA, the 18 and under team, and they are in Taiwan watching this game right now. It is noon in Taiwan.
What's tomorrow?
Yeah, tomorrow. I want to wish them the best of luck. The World Cup.
Taiwan, it might be Monday.
No, it's tomorrow. 12-hour difference.
Oh, okay.
I hope he has a good carrier, because he's just texting me. That'd be kind of expensive.
Yeah.
2-0 pitch to Gregorius is a strike. It's 2-1. Gregorius struck out twice. Once in the 8th, once in the 11th. The ball just missed off the outside corner, so it's 3-1. Floyd walked 3 in his first inning of relief. Fly ball, foul territory. Michael Young, Chase Utley, and Michael Young runs into that sign. Thank goodness it's padded.
Yeah. Knock the corner off it there.
It's not padded anymore, Wheels. Now we have to hope those folks can put that piece of padding back in there for us.
He goes right on the corner there, and he hits it with his knee and knocks it loose.
Over to shortstop on one hop. Rollins has to hurry. Gets it over there in time. Gregorius obviously can fly.
And Jimmy knew it too. He's out there saying, "Get that hop! Come on, get to me," because he had no choice but to stay where he was to play the hop that way. It's a kind of hop where you read it. Now he has to wait for it to come to him and get his feet ready, and then put a lot on it and got him. Good play.
Gerardo Parra is due up. He was 3 for 3 to start the game, but he is 0 for 3 in his last 3 at bats. Opposite way. Darren Ruff comes sliding in, and he didn't make the catch, and Parr is on his way to second. And the throw not in time. I would think that's going to go down as a double.
And he slides. He gets a lot of leather on this. He's watching it the whole way. He goes into a slide, which he really didn't have to do. And then it goes off the heel of the glove and then behind him. And good base running out there by Parr, who can run. And now you got to watch him at second base.
So Matt Davidson will pinch hit. Ziegler is up again in the bullpen. He's going to have to come into the ball game for the Diamondbacks. Either way, he's going to have to come into the ball game.
Right, unless they want to run a starter out there.
Well, they better do it soon. Here is Ziegler.
They're showing no signs of that.
Matt Davidson is 5 for 23.
I wonder if there had been 2 outs and nobody on. They probably would have just let Rowe hit there.
First pitch is inside, 1-0.
He did a good job.
He did. I wonder how his earned run average is that high.
Some of those hitters in AAA have slider swing bats.
His numbers here in the majors.
Yeah. Yeah, well, that's right. He was up the majors earlier and then down and now back.
Par of 4 for 7 in this game. Leads off second base. Davidson takes a strike. It's 1-2. Matt Davidson, a 22-year-old. He is the number 4 prospect in the Diamondbacks organization. Hot shot toward third. Knocked down by Ashe. Long throw. In time. Wow. Way to stay with it.
Stay with him. Kirk Gibson's going to come argue this, but Sachs didn't argue, and neither did Davidson.
Marty Foster's walking away. He doesn't realize that Kirk is coming out.
But to the naked eye, he was safe.
I thought he was too.
That thing hits him right in the breadbasket. And as you said, he doesn't panic. That thing is hit really hard. No panic, picks it up, throws it a bullet to first. Can't tell on that angle. They didn't argue down there at first base. He's out.
He's out.
Great call by Marty
Foster. Second one he's had tonight. Like
tremendous call, and that's why Saxon, the runner, and then Davidson didn't argue.
Cliff Pennington is now the batter.
You get on umpires sometimes and replay. Sometimes you forget how good they really are. And that's a really tough call that he had tonight twice.
So they're going to face Tuffy go switch instead of Pennington. Pennington is 0 for 2. He's walked 3 times. And Tuffy's on deck.
Makes sense. 2 outs, base open. Go after the right-handed hitter. If Ghost would probably caught Cloyd, huh? At one point.
Yeah, because Tuffy, despite his experience, was moving between AA and AAA the last few years.
And Ryan Sandberg was talking yesterday about having had him for half a season last year at Lehigh Valley. So he has an idea about this pitcher that he's facing, what he throws.
Barr is on second base. Pennington's on first. Go switch a sacrifice bunt. His only time up tonight. And a slider for a strike, 0-1. Actually, it's a curveball. Casper Wells, Michael Young, Roger Bernardina for the Phillies in their half of the 13th. Couple of good pitches.
Yeah, he doesn't have to throw him a strike now. He painted with that one.
The 0-2 pitch. Outside. 89 with that one. Just a long foul, Wills.
Yeah. He threw that in a spot where he didn't want to throw it. Tuffy was out in front of it.
Again, the 1-2. Ground ball toward third, a foul ball.
Game's almost over in San Francisco. You know, it's late. Seattle, too.
But they're just starting in Taiwan, Liz.
Right.
Floyd set the 1-2 pitch again. He went. They hit him. Did he go? No, this is Marty Foster.
Well, that almost looked like the one that Ruff had in last inning.
I don't know how you didn't say he didn't. Well, I don't know if he broke the plate or not. It looked like he did.
And there's a tempt involved in the whole thing, and wow, that was close. It's a judgment call, Tommy. There'll be no replay for that. I don't think.
I don't think so. No balls and strikes. It's 2-2 to go. Switch out toward right field. Casper Wells on the run out to the track, and he makes the catch. A step and a half from the wall, and the side is retired. Boy, these games are getting kind of tense, aren't they? Bottom of the 13th inning, Casper Wells will lead it off.
Summary once again. How about in the 5th inning? Carlos Ruiz with a home run. Didn't seem like a whole lot there because that was the first hit for the Phillies, and that made it 6-1. Now in the 6th inning, here's Roger Bernadina. This makes it 7-2. The Phillies are still trailing by 5. He hits his first home run to Phil's uniform. Now we go to the 8th inning, and Carlos Ruiz gets a base hit off the glove of Didi Gregorius. Now it's 7-5. Up steps Darren Ruff. Heath Bell threw a 2-1 fastball. He got it way up in the air, and it went out of the ballpark. That tied it up at 7. That was a long time ago. It's still 7-7.
That was a long time ago. Phillies have one player left. It's Sean McDonald. See the runners in scoring position. The Diamondbacks have left 17. They're 3 for 18. Well, that's a huge part of the storyline here tonight. So Casper Wells will face Brad Ziegler, 7-1 with a 2.34 ERA. And he fouls the first pitch off. It's 0-1.
Ziegler, the closer now, and he's one of those guys who comes from down under a little bit. They have the numbers on him. He's a sinker slider pitcher.
Casper Wells has struck out 4 times tonight. He's 0 for 5. And the 1-1 pitch. Fouls it off his foot, 1-2.
That frisbee type of breaking ball that he'll throw. He works all the way from works on the third base side of the rubber. Or the first base side, I mean. Ooh.
The 3-2 pitch. Outside, ball 4. Michael Young is due up. He's 0 for 1 with a walk.
He got 3 straight left-handed hitters coming up. So you would think he would bunt here. Take a shot at it anyway. He's going to take a long look at want something well. There goes Ryne Sandberg going through his signs. We'll give to Sammy.
Squares, takes outside, 1-0.
Sometimes managers will get a feel and they'll take it off now because you got guys moving all over the place after you show bunt in a bunt situation. And that's why he's taking that long look down there just in case.
It's not a spot where Michael Young is normally asked to bunt in general. But as Ryne Sandberg said, you got to be prepared. And they take it away, and he's running on the pitch. How about that? Ziegler flips underhand, so he gets the runner up to second base.
That's what they did. They took it off. Get guys moving all over the place like that, and sometimes you get lucky and find a hole. In this case, it was just like he bunted him over. Here it is. There goes Wells from first. You see Young took a shot at the right side there, but just smothered it towards the pitcher. See the way he pulled his hands in and tried to hit the ball in the hole on the right side.
And they talk about staying inside the ball. That's truly staying inside the ball. Roger Bernardina has 2 extra base hits tonight. He has a home run and a double. He's also walked. Not a bad night. He scored a couple of runs. Inside, 1-0.
Now remember, the pitcher is in the 4 hole.
And he's going to bat.
He's got to hit.
Unless they send somebody else out there to pitch to start warming up. The 1-0 pitch coming to Bernardina. Outside, 2-0. Bernardina set. Wells leads off second. Outside, 3-0. I guess it's not the worst thing for them if he winds up walking. Puts the double play in order.
Right. But it gets Utley and Rollins up there with a pitch to him, maybe.
Just depends on if one of them makes an out.
Right. Bernardina can put an end to all that right now.
Got a lot of room in left center field. They're pinching right center a little bit. Parra is in right. Wells leads off second. Gregorius behind him. The 3-1 pitch. And that's over for strike 2. 3-2. Through a changeup that slipped toward the back door. Others lead off, or Wells leads off the 3-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He got it.
You know, they could walk Rollins and Utley right now and make Cloyd hit. Now there's 2 outs. That's huge right there to come back and get him out.
Rollins has walked his last 2 times up. Been on base his last 4 times. Swing and a miss. It's 0-1. Cracks that one back toward the middle. Gregorius can't get it. It's picked up by Pennington. Not in time. And now they'll walk Utley.
Sure. As we were talking about, if they get to this 4-hole, they're talking about it right now. Nagy's reminding Gibson, hey, the pitcher's in the 4-hole, and they're probably going to have to make him hit here, even though they have an extra man, because they have no pitchers left.
Well, Rosenberg is starting to run out in the bullpen. He's starting to loosen his legs.
Mound conference right now. Well,
yeah, they're going to get Rosenberg up.
Yeah, and that's going to give them something to think about over there right now in the Diamondbacks dugout, because they're thinking, well, they don't have anybody left, but maybe they do.
They've got John McDonald left. The Phillies do, as a position player to hit. So they're going to walk Chase Utley. Utley just told Casper Wells, get a lead, get a lead.
Whoa.
Utley is standing really close to that plate.
Yeah, he said, you go make a mistake on me now, and I'm going to swing. And they have a big decision to make in the Phillies dugout.
Sure. Nope, let him sit down. They're going to have Cloyd hit.
Yep. Yeah, they don't want to use him tonight for what they used him 2 days in a row, and that was more a deke than anything. To see to make them think twice about walking Utley with a position player available, another pitcher, but there is no pitcher available.
There's ball 4. So the Phillies have the bases loaded, and Tyler Cloyd will get a chance to try to win it. Wouldn't this be a way to end the game?
Yeah. Well, let's see. We got his innings figured out for tomorrow. He is 0 for 10 this year, and he is 1 for 21 lifetime.
He's due, Wheels. He's due.
He's due, Tom. And Sandberg just talked to him and said, well, you got to take one here.
And the pitch to him. Inside, 1-0.
They got to take another one.
Put the crowd in his head a little bit.
Walk again. Why not?
Yeah. Casper Wells takes his lead off third. A 1-0 pitch coming to Tyler Cloyd. Inside, 2-0.
Maybe he'll bounce one.
He's thinking that's a strike. Shaking his head. Everybody on their feet. 34,637. There's a strike. He just laid it in there. It's 2-1. He starts to make contact. They're going to take off. Yep, it's that late. She stuck it out as long as she could. Swing and a miss. 2-2. Probably dreamed of something like this his entire life. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Tyler Cloyd with the bases loaded. And the pitch. Ground ball up the third base line. Charging is Pardo. He throws in time. And he gets Cloyd by a step.
Wow. What a play by Prado.
5-3 on the put out. He bare hands. I thought it was going to roll up his arm. No runs.
What a play. Look at this.
1 hit, 2 walks. Phillies leave floated.
And Cloyd really busted it down the line.
Good reaction from everybody in the Phillies dugout. We remain tied at 7. No celebration yet. Top of the 14th inning. Diamondbacks 7, Phillies 7. Man, the Phillies were a half step away from winning this ball game.
Give Tyler Cloyd a lot of credit. He makes contact here. He gets out of the box. He's running as hard as he can. Pardo makes a heck of Prado. That was for you. Prado makes a heck of a play right there and throws him out at first base. Wow.
And we continue on to the 14th inning. Look at the angle. First time the Phillies have played a 14-inning game since September of 2011. Well, here we go. Top of the order is up for the Diamondbacks.
Versus a day game tomorrow.
First pitch is out of play. It's 0-1.
Way to end a long homestand with this baby.
Well, this is the key guy right now for this 14th inning. It's Campana.
Right.
He's walked 3 times tonight. His on-base percentage has slipped over 400 with tonight's effort. The 0-1 pitch from Cloyd. And it's 1 ball and 1 strike.
Great speed guy. You want to keep off base. Diamondbacks have a guy running around their bullpen now.
I would assume it's Corbin.
Yeah, because Ziegler doesn't. You know, he's a one hill.
Cahill.
Oh, it's
Cahill.
Cahill. Yeah. Another starter.
2-2. Right side, Michael Young is there, flips to Cloyd. Oh, great reaction all the way around.
Yeah, they were out there practicing that play the other day for half an hour. You get over there, and who knows if it helped or not. But Cloyd did a tremendous job, as you said, reacting. And they did what they have to do. One go for the ball, the other go for the bag, because if they hesitate at all, it's over. Cloyd reads that Michael Young's going for the ball. He breaks for the bag, and they just get him with one of those foolish head first slides in the first. And look how hard his hand goes into the bag here. That's how they get hurt. Look at the hand. The force going into that.
Face plant.
We replace the face, but you can't, you break the hand, you're done. They can stitch the
You
face
can
up.
replace the face.
Yeah, they can stitch that baby up. But you break your hand, you're done.
Eaton takes on the outside corner. It's 0-1.
I mean, no offense to his face. So he can fix the face.
That one's a little wide. 1 ball, 1 strike. 3 for 7 Eaton is.
We didn't have a
tonight.
whole lot of great defensive plays in this game early, but we've had
Like
a
the
lot
ninth
late.
inning. Yeah. Popped him up. Ashe watches it go into the crowd, and it's 1-2. They got a baseball. They got a baseball.
These guys have been on a long road trip, and they're headed home to play the Padres in Arizona on Monday, so they don't have a day off. They've been on a 10-gamer.
That guy is. That kid has decided. You know what? I'm done. I've given it everything I could. Yep. Just nudge me.
Right.
And a called strike 3.
Doing a heck of a job. Almost won the game with his legs last inning to Tyler Cloyd.
Well, now he's got Paul Goldschmidt to deal with. Goldschmidt is walked 3 times tonight. A lot of walks tonight. Joked about that earlier, but it's continued to increase.
Well, you know what he's going to be swinging for? Not a single.
That ball's hit hard. Rollins dives. He's got it. Comes to his feet. Goldschmidt runs very well for a big guy. And that'll be an infield hit.
Yeah, if he'd have gotten it out the first time, he had a shot at him. And he crushed that ball, and thankfully for the Phillies, it was a ground ball. But that made a really loud sound for an infield hit. And Jimmy makes a heck of an effort right there, and he can't quite get a hold of it right away. And as Tom said, for a big guy, Goldschmidt gets down the line.
When you think about the stolen bases he has 13 stolen bases.
You don't think about that for a guy hitting that many homers and driving in that many runs.
Here's Prado. Prado's made some big outs tonight. Swing and a miss, 0-1.
Yeah, long time ago, as the song goes, he had a 2-run home run in the first inning off Ethan Martin, who only could go 2/3 tonight. And that gave them a 2-0 lead at the time. They made it 3-0 in the first.
And they were up 6-0 at one point.
6-0, 6-1, then 7-2. And here we are, 7-7.
No balls, 2 strikes. Goldschmidt leads off first. Prado's ready. And the 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He got him. Hey, give some credit to Tyler Cloyd. Supposed to start tomorrow's ball game. Summoned to pitch tonight's ball game in relief. And he's kept it scoreless as we go to the bottom of the 14th inning. The Phils again with a chance to pull out the victory. Brad Ziegler. Carlos is 2 for 6 in this game. Ziegler is looking around. He's trying to get everybody set defensively. I also think Nieves went out to the bullpen to catch Trevor Cahill. First pitch to Ruiz. That's a chopper. Going to be a tough play. Prado picks it up, flips to first in time. Well, if Floyd was running, he probably would have beat it out.
Yeah, he'd have beat that one out.
And there's one out here in the 14th. And Darren Ruff's coming up.
Yeah, well, they're dealing with the pitcher spot coming up third in the 15th inning.
Yeah, they don't have anybody else.
And they're out of players. Yep. So that's why they have to get Cahill up. And they can have a pitcher hit for, well, we'll see. Win the game here and forget about it.
Pitch to Ruff. Inside corner, it's 0-1.
It happens sometimes in these games. Everybody starts trying to backleg it on every at bat.
It is true.
And you just keep playing.
The thing is, I mean, both teams have had base runners.
Yep.
The 0-1 pitch outside, 1-1.
I think the reason we are still tied is because of this guy at home plate right now, Darren Ruff. Off Heath Bell, a 2-run home run to tie it at 7.
Opposite way, that's a fair ball. That's going to keep on spinning over into foul territory. Ruff on his way to second. Parra bobbled it, and Ruff slides in safely. It's turned out to be a good player.
Yeah, you figure they'll walk Ashley now and go after Wells, a right-handed hitter, and Young, another right-handed hitter with a base open, because that run means nothing. Ashley's run, that's a run to mean something.
Gibson's talking to Alan Treble about it.
He's going to whistle right there to go switch, put him on.
Lewis, you got it down.
Huh?
You got it down.
Well, some were pretty obvious. That was really obvious. He didn't walk him there. I don't know. I like this role better. I'm glad you came back tonight. This would have been some game to do in your seat after not doing it for a while. Oh boy,
Sarge would have been sitting under the counter.
Oh. He'd have been on a rush.
So Ashley walks, and here comes Casper Wells. Wells walked his last time. Endear yourself to a city. End this game in the bottom of the 14th inning with a base hit.
Well, now there's and of course there's only one out, so you don't have a fast runner at second. So I can see Juan Samuel thinking about gambling though at this point because everybody's out of players.
And a reminder, guy in left, Adam Eaton, good arm.
Right.
Guy in right, good arm. 11 outfield assists.
And you don't necessarily get a great jump here because you have to be careful you're not double. So you want to be a big league manager.
0-1 pitch. Outside, 1 ball, 1 strike. For the bottom of the 14th inning, they did the 7th inning stretch for a second time.
Rhino doesn't live that far from the ballpark, so you can get home and get back fairly quick.
The runners lead off first and second. And here's the 1-1 pitch. Ground ball towards short. Gregorius has it. Goes to second for 1. That's all they'll get. Almost got away from Goldschmidt. Wow. Goldschmidt somehow got enough leather on it to slow it and keep Darren Ruff at third.
And that's kind of surprising that Pennington even threw that thing. Because that's not a double play. And look at Goldschmidt laugh about it like, how did I catch that? Or how did I not? He really got to hold on to this. Because you got a takeout slide coming at you, not a double play ball. What a tremendous play by Goldschmidt over there. That's what they're thinking right there, that had to get away from him. How did he catch it? They've been ready to jump over that fence more times than the high hurdles tonight.
We mentioned it again. Watch for the wild pitch. Watch for the pass ball. Tuffy Ghostwich is a very good defensive catcher. They're going to hold Casper Wells on. Would you hold him on?
Well, one way or the other. And the only reason is because they think maybe he'll hit it down the line because they want to stay on the line on Young.
Michael Young is up. Runners on first and third.
They're bouncing out.
Chopper back to the box. Ziegler has it. Flips underhand and will go to the 15th inning. Michael Young grounds back to the pitcher to wrap up the bottom of the fourth. Holy cow is right.
Really?
We'll be back for the top of the 15th right after this.
Take over time.
Well, you can take a nap and already wake up for the rest of the ball game if you choose. It's the kind of night it's been. It's a 7-7 game. The Phillies trailed at 6-0 at one point. And then the home run by Ruiz in the bottom of the fifth inning made it 6-1. That was their first hit of the night against Randall Delgado. So now we go to the top of the 15th inning. And Tyler Cloyd will face D.D. Gregorius as we begin the 15th inning. Michael Young is a half step from the line at first. Ashe a little off the line at third, and the first pitch strike. This is the fourth inning of work for Tyler Cloyd, who was supposed to start Sunday afternoon's ball game.
You've gone to a backup scoring method already, huh?
I have.
I go 15, and that's it.
Inside, 1 ball and 1 strike.
Next time I ran out of room, Wilson Valdez pitched.
And a line drive foul. One of the best hit balls so far in these extra innings. 1-2 to Gregorius. Phillies pitchers have thrown 301 pitches.
These
There's
games,
302.
These games get silly after a while, and this one's getting to that point.
Remember, for the Diamondbacks, the pitcher spot is up third in this inning. So Cahill is going to come in. I don't know who will pinch hit or if Ziegler will just bat. Or at least I think he's coming in. I don't think they can stretch Ziegler out for the third inning.
No, they don't want to do that with their closer.
Here's the 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He got it. And run away.
But if they have a guy on their bench, I think is a better hitting pitcher, and that would be the only reason they would bat somebody else for.
Yeah, Ziegler's out in the on-deck circle. And Gerardo Parra. Parra is 4 for 7 in this game. that one off his foot, I think. And it's 0-1. Yeah, he did. Looks like the concession stands, some of them are still open for the folks that have stayed around. And there's a pretty good amount of folks that have stayed around. They're actually asking people to come down from the upper deck down to the second level. Why not? Get a better seat. 0-2.
There's concession stands near here.
I will time you. I bet you can get there. Head back.
That's too far.
Campos is closed. Seasons Pizza's still open. They'll deliver.
Yeah.
Give them a call, Wheels.
Yeah.
Swing and a miss. Back-to-back strikeouts.
See what I was talking about? Everybody tries to hit home runs in these games.
I don't know if Ziegler will.
Well, no, he may try it too, but I better not say it because he'll hit one. But that's what happens in these long extra inning games. A lot of times, guys all try to backleg everything, hit it out of the ballpark, and you just keep playing.
Ziegler has one at bat this year. He's 0 for 1.
Yeah, the closers don't hit a whole lot.
And he's 1 for 5 in his career. Chopper back towards shortstop. Rollins waits on it. Side is retired. 4 scoreless innings for Tyler Cloyd. To the bottom of the 15th inning we go. Bernardino leads it off. Roger Bernardino will start things off for the Phils. Wills, we're getting into the land of Wilson Valdez. The first 15-inning game since the Phillies in 2011 against the Reds played 19 innings. Remember this one?
That was unbelievable that night. We're in the 19th inning, and Wilson Valdez comes in. Joey Votto thought he had left the ballpark. He didn't. Then here comes Scott Rowland, gets hit with a Frisbee. And then he gets Jay Bruce to pop up. And then the pitcher who was still in the game, I can't remember his name, but he pitched about 6 innings and finally ran out of gas. He pops up, and then they came in and won it in the bottom of that inning. And this is how they finally won it in the bottom of the 19th inning. Raul Ibanez. There's a runner at third base, so they just catch the ball out there in center field. 6 hours and 11 minutes.
Well, we are about 15 minutes shy of the 6-hour mark here tonight, as we are nearing 1 a.m. on the East Coast and 1 p.m. in Taiwan, as we came to find out. Trevor Cahill's entering his 20th game. He's a starting pitcher. His ERA just under 5 in the first pitch to Bernardino. Outside corner, it's 0-1. The strike zone's widened a little bit here in the bottom of the 15th, actually in the top of the 15th.
Cahill's one of those guys. You can get a base runner. He can throw a wild pitch with the best of them because his ball runs all over the place.
Ground ball to the right side. Pennington throws out Bernardino.
Got a really good sinker.
And now Jimmy Rollins is coming up. Denny Baez, by the way, in that game, the 19-inning game, went 5 scoreless innings for the Phillies. That was the best thing. Well, Denny Baez is a great guy, and he did a lot of great things for the bullpen as a unit. But that was the best thing he did that year. Breaking ball.
He did a heck of a job that night. Now here we go with a 1-2-3, and then remember, Cloyd's in the 4-hole.
Rollins hits it foul. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Playing Jimmy Rollins way off the line at third, and on the pull side, Goldsmith, see where he's playing him. Old Schmidt, like Michael Jack.
Rollins lines it to right. Parra makes the catch, and there are 2 outs. First ever relief appearance for Trevor Cahill.
Yeah, you know you're in a crazy game when you've got starters out there.
And one star is throwing significant innings.
Yeah.
Be extra careful with Utley, you think?
Sure.
On deck?
Sure, absolutely. If they give Utley something to hit here, it'd be amazing.
And a ground ball to second base. Pennington with a second opportunity here in the 15th, and the Phillies are retired in order. So you say 16. That's what we're going to. Game tied at 7. We'll be back right after this. Well, there's a lot of people still awake down in Center City, just as there are here at Citizens Bank Park as we head toward 1 a.m. on the East Coast. Got about a minute and a half before we hit 1 a.m. Game time for Sunday afternoon is 1:35. Tyler Cloyd knew he was going to pitch on Sunday. He just didn't realize he was going to pitch a little on Saturday and some on Sunday. But he's about to begin his 5th inning of relief for the Phillies as we move to the 16th inning. And he'll face Cliff Pennington.
Yeah, we did a little thigh slapping a while ago, thinking, it's midnight. Well, now it's 1 o'clock. Stuff will come back to haunt you. It's midnight.
Pennington takes a pitch low. It's 1 ball, no strikes. Pennington 0 for 2. He has walked, well, a lot tonight. Swing and a miss. 1 ball, 1 strike. Cloyd is about to throw his 80th pitch. Now, you don't worry about that yet, but he's about to throw his 80th pitch.
That's another thing.
2-1.
It's not like it's been real smooth innings for him out there.
Last couple have.
Yeah, it didn't start out that way, but that's a lot of pitches already.
Outside, 3-1.
Carlos Ruiz catching this whole game.
Yeah. Well, it's his game and his game only because Kratz is already pinch hit. And Franzen's out. He's the emergency catcher. That ball's well hit, but Bernardina has room. A few steps from the track and 1 away.
Well, Tyler Cloyd in his 5th inning, as Tom just mentioned, and he's done a terrific job. He got in a couple of jams. That was a big one right there when he popped up the very dangerous Martin Prado. And this is a heck of a job they do right there. Michael Young and Cloyd on a fast runner like Campana. And then a strikeout on Eaton. And then another strikeout on Prado. And then he gets D. Gregorius. And then he gets Parra. Outstanding job.
Well, now Tuffy goes switch. He swings at the first pitch. That's helpful. A fly ball to right. It's shallow. 2 outs.
And Cloyd will be leading off the 16th inning.
You know what he used to say, pitch a shutout and hit a home run. B.J. Rosenberg does have some friends out in the pen.
What's wrong with those pitchers?
Rod Nichols is out there. So is Jesus Tiamo. Phillies have 1 position player left. It's John McDonald. The only problem is they just don't have a pitcher left that they can use unless they go to another starter.
Unless McDonald pitches. Don't want to go there. And I'm sure he doesn't either.
There he is. He's got his bat. He's ready to go. The only problem is he doesn't know who he's ready to go for.
Yeah, because they have no pitcher left. They don't want to use Rosenberg. Got to throw it over to this guy. Campana's not going to hit the ball out of the ballpark, but he could walk and steal a bag and get in a scoring position. Throw it right down the middle.
Ball 4. 2 out walk. That is the 14th walk issued by Phillies pitching tonight.
Some incredible numbers right now. All the strikeouts and walks, and that Arizona fan has had it. It's an interesting look with the specs.
Hey, you shouldn't be allowed to wear a mask like that unless you're wearing contacts.
Well, you got to see. Maybe he popped them out and he had to go to the glasses.
That is true. That does happen at this hour.
Sure.
One ball, no strikes. Ground ball back towards second. Utley's got it, and he'll tag Campana, and the side is retired. Somewhat unorthodox, but that's the way they finish up the top of the 16th inning. So, bottom of the 16th is where we go. Who will lead it off? Well, Tyler Cloyd will, of course. This game at one point was 6-0 Diamondbacks going to the 5th, but that was a long time ago. It's had so many other personalities. Tyler Cloyd, the cleanup hitter for the Phillies, leads it up and he rips it fair down the left field line. It's going to the corner and Cloyd's on his way to second. He'll get there standing. How about that?
Ripped it is right. That was a bullet. Think of that dribbler he hit last time that he almost beat out to win the game, and he crushed that one. Cahill figured, well, I'm going to get ahead starting with a first ball fastball. He throws a high sinker and bam, double. Well, they've been on the front row all night, hanging out. They've been ready to jump over there 3 or 4 times.
Well, here's Carlos Ruiz with Tyler Cloyd at second base. Carlos swinging away, takes a strike. It's 0-1.
What they're thinking right now is, okay, you say you bunt. Well, you bunt, you get a pitcher at second. Even though he just ran, he's probably sucking wind down there right now after almost 100 pitches and just ran out a double. Ruiz has an opposite field stroke a lot of times, so let him see if he can get him over.
Tyler's got a short lead off second. Opposite way. Parr is there. 1 out.
Good try.
Murph, where the heck have you been?
Well, I've been right here, guys, enjoying this baseball game. Hey, you know, we just creeped over the 6-hour mark in this baseball game, and I'm being told officially the longest game in Arizona Diamondbacks history.
Wow.
Over the 6-hour mark. So the Arizona Diamondbacks making history tonight here at Citizens Bank Park. Let's hope that Darren Ruff can make a little history right now.
All right, Murph, well, congratulations on being part of history.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to be a small part.
Now she can go to sleep because the Diamondbacks have made history.
What a look that is.
Darren Ruff, the batter, with Cloyd at second. B.J. Rosenberg is warming in the bullpen for the Phils. Darren takes low. 1 ball, no strikes.
Remember we said about a wild pitch now. This Cahill, that stuff of his is nasty ghost, which is really good back there. And he has a lot of wild pitches this year. I think 12.
Ruff is 2 for 7 tonight, and he lines one to left field. Cloyd will have to go back. Well, they've hit 2 other balls. Well, they've hit 3 balls hard.
3 bullets in this inning. Unbelievable. Right at him.
And now Cody Ashe.
Both those balls are right at the outfielders.
They're going to walk Ashe to face Wells. Ashe's been intentionally walked twice tonight. Boy, you'd hate to waste the exhilaration of a pitcher who never hits, leading off the 16th inning with a double.
Second major league hit, first major league extra base hit. Had an 0 for going this year. But 3, what are you going to do? 3 bullets in this inning. Chooch was trying to get him over.
So Ashe is aboard, first and second for Casper Wells.
Well, there's a guy they didn't want to use.
Well, the thought is if they use him, he's just a bridge. Like he's probably just 1 inning for somebody else.
Yeah.
Chance of Casper. The pitch to him. In the dirt, 1-0.
Still got a pitcher running at second, too.
Officially 6 hours, 5 minutes old.
right now what you need is a little blooper. Took those glasses off he's been wearing all night. Did Wells.
Oh, yeah. One ball, one strike. One ball, two strikes. He's played.
Well, got in there tonight.
Wells waits for the 1-2. Way outside, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Brandon McCarthy, one of the other starters for the Diamondbacks, is out in the bullpen. He was stretching earlier, so I guess he would be next up out of the pen for the D-backs. Two and two. Inside 3-2. The runners will be off.
This helps. This really helps a little bit to get Tyler in motion. See how much it helps. People who are here, they really want to be here.
It started as 34,637. The runners will be off. The 3-2 pitch. Breaking ball popped up. Shallow right field. Parra on the run. He'll get there. And we go to the 17th inning. No runs. One blistering double by Tyler Cloyd. And 2 men left. Still some smiles as we go to the 17th here in Philly. The 17th inning here at Citizens Bank Park, and Cliff Lee has made his way out to the bullpen, and B.J. Rosenberg has made his way out to the mound. We are closing in on the longest game in Phillies history. It was back on July 2nd, 2004 against Baltimore. It was a 16-inning game.
I think if I stuck around here long enough, I'd see it.
Yeah, that game was in Baltimore.
I remember it.
Yeah.
They had fireworks planned that night.
They did, yep.
I remember doing that game with Harry, and it was really late when it ended. They had a 3-run home run.
Travis Lee. It was Travis Lee, wasn't it? I'm guessing. I'm going off memory.
I thought it was a right-handed hitter,
and that wasn't Travis Lee. Rosenberg in his 8th ball game. No wins, no losses. 4 scoreless innings since coming back to the big leagues. And they'll face Paul Goldschmidt, Martin Prado, and D.D. Gregorius. Yep, a lot of zeros, no crooked numbers. They were earlier. B.J. Rosenberg is the 43rd player used tonight. That ball's hit well. Out toward left center field. Darren Ruff is there, one away.
Just got that baby off the end of the bat.
Yep. The trajectory looked a little bit better than what actually wound up being.
Just didn't sound like a homer.
You're right.
But with Goldschmidt, who knows, as strong as he is.
So here's Prado. The first pitch to Prado. Fastball in there for a strike. They held off as long as they could with B.J. Rosenberg, but they need a bridge to another starter if they do indeed have to use another starter. Because they just can't allow the starter to go out there. It's going to take a little time for Cliff Lee to stretch and get himself ready.
Right. Stretching out there right now.
Hey, what a job by Tyler Cloyd.
Unbelievable.
Five
He did a great
innings, scoreless innings.
And then he hits that double to lead off the inning where you think you may win the game because of that.
Out to center field. Bernardina has a beat on it. 2 outs. All right, just so you know, Wills.
Oh, that was at the vet.
Yeah. Yes. No, it was here.
Was it?
It was here.
2004 here.
Miguel Tejada won it.
Oh, all right.
A base hit.
And there was fire. Yeah,
we were in the wrong city. There were fireworks.
Yeah,
you
there were
remember
fireworks. I remember that. But
we're in the wrong city.
I thought they were in Baltimore. I was getting out of here before the fireworks started.
Here's the 1-0 pitch to Gregorius. Swing and a foul tip. 1-1.
We had a really long extra inning game
did.
down in Baltimore one night. And the Phillies won that one, the one in Baltimore.
And Travis Lee's home run.
I think it was Lee.
Darn it.
Well,
1-1 pitch. Breaking ball. It's 1-2.
Memory could
2
go.
and 1. Excuse me.
Memory could go at this time.
Just in case you're wondering, Casper Wells has thrown an inning in his career. John McDonald, who is on the bench, he's the only position player left for the Phillies. According to Carl Graber and our friend Randy Seidman, John McDonald has never pitched in a major league game. 996 career games.
And he hopes to continue that.
3-1 pitch. Popped up. And Ashe hustling over. It's out of play. 3-2. In the bottom of the 17th inning, the Phillies will have Young, Bernardina, and Rollins. Wheels, they're still open.
Look at that. That's a nice street market, huh?
Yep. Tasty cakes, $2.50. Souvenir popcorn, $7.
Stop.
Now the 3-2 pitch to Gregorius. Little tapper foul.
I'm really hoping Rosenberg has a quick inning here, too. Carlos Ruiz, give him a big plus. And he's trying to get that runner over, the pitcher Tyler Cloyd, and just hit it too hard.
To right center field. Bernardina on the run. He's going to have to cut that one off. He does. Oh, Gregorius holds up at first.
What happened to him?
I don't know.
Did he hurt himself?
I don't think so. Did he think he missed first?
That's what it must have been, because he has to be. I was thinking he's going to get a triple. No, he hurt himself. Look. He pulled up lame. They don't have any players left. Thinking that was a triple when he hit it, and it turns into a single. Right here, there, he hurt his foot, because right there he just throws the brakes on.
I don't know if he even hit the bag, though, when he dragged it. Watch right there. Ready?
Yeah. And he does.
Oh, yeah, he does. You're right.
and then it hurt. Like, ow. Look at the Phillies bench. They're looking like, what happened? Because that guy can fly. Speaking of guys that can still run, look at Gibson. That's the same guy who limped around the bases after the homer.
It's also the same guy who walks really slow out to the mound.
Right.
Rich Doobie out to the mound to talk to B.J. Rosenberg and Carlos Ruiz. For Arizona, Wade Miley, Patrick Corbin, and Brandon McCarthy are available. For the Phillies, McDonald, Lee, Kendrick, and Hamels.
This will really have a domino effect for both teams.
Sure.
As you look ahead.
Here's Gerardo Parra. He's 4 for 8 tonight.
You wouldn't think Gregorius could try to steal a bag here after just shutting it down at first like that.
Outside, 2-0. Unofficially, we have played the longest game in Phillies history. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Wheels, welcome to the longest game in Phillies history.
Thank you. Pleasure to be here.
It's now 3-0 to Gerardo Parra.
Time wise, but not innings wise.
Now they could be working around Parra because Cahill's on deck.
Right.
And that's what they're doing.
Yeah, they were making sure that Parra didn't hurt him here. That's why Rich Doobie came out to the mound.
And folks were groaning just a little bit, but that was designed.
Sure.
Trevor Cahill last year had 8 hits and 67 at-bats. This year, he has 36 at-bats and he has 3 hits. Those are his career numbers.
Oh, that was some rip.
Pretty good hack.
Stay away from this guy.
No balls and 1 strike.
He's a big dude, too.
That's the pitch that they want.
Well, they want to stay away from it. It looked like a breaking ball there, of some kind.
Oh, 2 to Cahill.
Throw it away from him, and he can't reach it. They're not getting an easy inning here for Rosenberg either. That's the thing. He's throwing a lot of pitches.
Well, you figure he was only going to go 1.
Right. Unless he just breezed through it, and then maybe they could get another one out of him, but not going to happen.
Got him. Foul tip, a high fastball, 94. Side is retired. No runs, 1 hit, 2 men left. 15 walks issued tonight. Doesn't matter, though. We go to the bottom of the 17th, tied at 7. 14 runs combined, 29 hits combined. It'll be Michael Young to start things off for the Phils. Young did not start this ball game, but he's getting a game's worth of at-bats tonight. It'll be Young, Roger Bernardina, and Jimmy Rollins. Phillies are trying to take the momentum from this ball game into the finale of the series. 135 later on today. Cliff Lee is starting to throw in the bullpen for the Phillies. Never mind, he is not starting to throw in the bullpen. Casper Wells is starting to throw in the bullpen. We mentioned he had pitched 1 inning of relief in a 1910 game that was won by the Indians over his White Sox. No balls, 1 strike to Michael Young. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Well, we saw his arm in right field tonight.
He's got a good arm.
That was 2 or 3 days ago, right?
I'm not sure if he pitched when he was at Towson University, but we are going to check on that.
Well, see, they don't want to get Lee out. And Rosenberg can only go the 1 inning.
One ball, 2 strikes.
This is a time when the guys have been in this game all night. Start to get a little bit punchy.
Casper Wells did pitch at Towson, which I didn't realize. In his career, he threw 122 innings, had 101 strikeouts. He was 8-5. One-two pitch in the dirt, 2-2. Once a pitcher wheels,
yeah,
not always a pitcher, but
well, he has an idea. Brought Willie into that game that night. Valdez, he hadn't been a pitcher. He's clapping along with a chance.
Swing and a miss. So Michael Young is struck out. And Roger Bernardina is coming up. Last time they struck out 19 times in a game. They're at 19. It was when they struck out 20 in June of 09 in a 13-inning game against the Red Sox.
By the way, it was Jason Michaels that hit that 3-run home run. We're both getting a lot of help on that. I knew it was a right-handed hitter, and it was a 3-run homer, too, I think.
You were piecing it together, Wheels. If you didn't get any help, you would have had it by the 22nd inning.
I don't know. Things are getting a little blurry right now. Hope everybody packed ahead of time for the road trip.
The 1-1 pitch to Bernardina. Outside, 2-1.
Everybody's swinging so hard right now. They're all trying to end it. You know, it's understandable what happens in these kind of games.
Kirk Gibson's got the pen out.
What he's going to write down.
Here comes the 2-2 pitch to Bernardina. Ground ball to second. Pennington to his right. 2 outs. Jimmy Rollins lined out to right field his last time up. We mentioned that this is the longest game in Diamondbacks history, longest game in Phillies history. The 14 walks that the Diamondbacks have drawn tonight, That's the longest in their franchise. So we're checking some things off. 646 pitches as Rollins digs in the pitch. Out toward right field. Parra is there. He comes under it and he makes the catch. Side is retired in order. So Cahill, a starter, works 3 scoreless innings. This after Cloyd, a starter, works 5 scoreless innings. End of 17. We're tied at 7. John McDonald can't play the outfield. That's not the drastic change we're talking about, but he's finally into the game. So he goes in to play left field. Darren Ruff plays his 3rd position of the night. He moves to right field. He started at first base, went to left field. Now he's in right field. And Casper Wells is making his 2nd major league appearance as a pitcher. His last one came this year on the 28th of June against the Cleveland Indians. He threw 16 pitches and threw a scoreless inning in a 19-10 Indians win. He was pitching for the White Sox at the time. Now, whether it's worth anything or not, he does have an idea of what to do on the mound, since he did pitch in college at Towson University. He was 8-5 with an earned run average over 5 for Towson. So he's going to work from the stretch, and he's going to face the bottom of the order for the Diamondbacks. But at this point, the bottom of the order isn't really the bottom of the order. It's all over the place is what it is. It'll be Cliff Pennington that will lead things off. Then Tuffy Goswitch, and then Tony Campana. Casper just gave the signal for a changeup for Carlos Ruiz. He'll have one more warm-up pitch before he gets ready. So the right-hander out of Schenectady, New York. He didn't realize that Ruiz was going to throw through. He was waiting for the ball to come back, and it sailed over his head.
Well, he's had a tough night at the dish tonight. Now he's being called on to pitch.
We mentioned that Cliff Lee did go out to the bullpen earlier, started to stretch. Maybe they're going to give this an inning and then decide what they're going to do. There's Cliff taking over, looking at some scouting reports.
It's lonely out there right now. Looks like he's just getting ready for a start.
Pennington 0 for 3, but he's been up a ton of times. First pitch is a strike. It's 0-1. 87, not too shabby.
Fans are really going to get into this now. Now you get into the silly stage.
Particularly if he has success. As you remember with Wilson Valdez, he had success. No balls, 1 strike. 0-2. That was a changeup at 83. So he's throwing some pitches. It's just not like I mean, Valdez was just throwing fastballs when he was out there.
Well, that's all he had.
But his moved.
He threw one little spinning breaking ball and he hit Scott Rowland.
Oh, that's right.
I remember
Yeah,
Rose,
that's right.
Rose saying he saw it coming. He said, well, I'm going to just let that hit me. It's not going to hurt.
Now the 0-2 pitch coming. Just off the outside corner at 91 miles an hour.
Bring him up. Well, he has a good arm. You saw that earlier tonight. That's one thing about him. You always heard he's had a strong arm in the outfield.
He's shaking signs off.
He's into it. See what happens.
Oh, come on.
Bring him up. Let's go. Fan down here really upset about that.
Fans are getting on the umpires. It happens.
It happens up here in this level.
Wells is ready. The 2-2. Ground ball toward first. That's foul ball. Steve Sachs. Oh, we'll hear it.
I've heard that in this town before. At this rate, the Eagles will be back from Jacksonville before this is over.
Down and away, 3-2.
Boy, Carlos Ruiz, hey, what a job he's done here tonight. 18 innings. Caught a doubleheader. Guys used to do that.
Line drive, one hopper. Utley's got it. And one away. That was a 91-mile-an-hour fastball. Here are the non-pitchers who have pitched for the Phillies. Those are the last 10. Glenn Wilson, great arm. Tomas Perez, he was just smoke and mirrors out there. Wilson Valdez, they threw pretty good. And now Casper Wells.
So all of them except Al Lakeman.
You saw Bob Bowman pitch?
Oh, yeah. Well, I remember when he did.
Okay.
You know, I'm not saying I saw it in person, but I remember when when Granny Hamner pitched a couple. He had a knuckleball.
Dropped a breaking ball in there.
Yeah. Breaking ball and change up tonight.
Tuffy Goswitch is 0 for 2. This is his 4th plate appearance. He didn't start the game. 0-1 the count. 91. That's a little cheese right there. Look at Rich Doobie starting.
It's one of the few times you know Dubes has teeth. He doesn't smile a whole lot during the games.
The 0-2. Out of play, off to the right. I mentioned that Casper Wells went to Towson University out of Schenectady, New York. Towson, of course, down in the Bethesda, Maryland area. And they're actually doing away with baseball after they were able to get to win the CAA championship this past year. It's kind of a shame. A liner toward left, John McDonald. Why not get him involved?
Sure.
Makes the catch, 2 outs.
Shades of Roy Oswalt when he was out there.
John McDonald has played just about everywhere on the diamond. Just about everywhere. Now, the latest game that ended was, of course, that one at the Vet, where Mitch Williams won it. That's not the longest game, though.
No. Remember a 20-inning game that same week with the Dodgers. It was in Kevin Stocker's major league debut. But Phillies had longer games than that.
Corners up a little bit with Campana at the plate. He's 1 for 5. And it's no balls and 1 strike. It's nice to see some smiles.
Well, no matter what happens here, both these teams deserve a lot of credit because they really stayed after it.
Should we marvel that he's throwing 91 miles an hour in all seriousness?
Well,
I mean, the mechanics of pitching.
He pitched, but you made a great point when you looked up that he knows how to pitch. It's not like he's just a player who has a great arm that just goes out there and he's throwing.
Here's the 1-1 pitch.
The fan may be yelling again.
They're squeezing him. That one was outside. It's 3-1.
What kind of move he has the first?
Find out.
Right. They have to if Campana gets on.
He walks him, so a 2-out walk. And now Adam Eaton. Well, we've gotten 10 innings since the last time either team has pushed a run across the plate. There's a strike, 0-1.
Eaton took one for him. He keeps taking pitches for Campana all night to run. And he seems like he's in the hole all the time.
.664 pitches. See, Wheels, it's just a step off.
Be careful with that. I wonder if he had a move. Now he knows how to move over there. That was a good idea. Just let him know, I know you're there. Boy, he's got a big lead. He's going to go. He stopped. Started going, he stopped. It's great the way the fans are on their feet right now supporting. It's tremendous.
Casper Wells is set.
That's a good way to do it.
There he goes and stops, and the 0-2 is fouled away.
You can't figure him out.
Weird.
He just can't figure out what he's going to do. They keep thinking, well, sooner or later maybe he's going to throw over here, but he just keeps stepping off. You break and he steps off, then he's just a fifth infielder, gets you in a rundown.
Again, the 0-2 pitch. There he goes. That one's hit out toward left center field. It'll drop for a base hit. You better get to it. Campana on his way around third, heading for home. Rollins can't get the throw out, and the Diamondbacks take the lead. It's 8-7 here in the top of the 18th inning.
Well, they picked the right one to run on. You knew that was going to be trouble. The way they got the fastest guy out there.
So an RBI double for Adam Eaton. It's the first run in 10 innings.
He takes off and Eaton smokes that ball. Now they're playing him the pull, so he has a long way to go to Bernardina. He does a great job. Look how quickly he gets into Rollins. He knows he's flying around third, so he's trying to hurry and never gets a grip. There he goes. And they tried to fake him out a little bit right there, and he didn't go for it. And he can really run. They had the guy on they wanted there.
So they're going to intentionally walk Goldschmidt. And that'll put 2 on for Martin Prado. Ball 4. So Goldschmidt is aboard. Runners on first and second. And that'll bring Martin Prado to the plate. Boy, he really did move, didn't he?
Oh. Especially for this hour of the morning. But the one guy who didn't want to walk in that situation and have him on base was that guy, because he's a jet.
Looked like he had him struck out, too.
Yeah, he threw him some really close pitches before he walked him. And he had 2 outs and nobody on base in this inning, too. That's kind of the way this game started, 7:05, too. They had 2 outs, nobody on base.
Line drive toward right field. Ruff will take it on a hop, rounding third, heading for home is Eaton. The throw is not in time. And it's 9-7 Diamondbacks. So an RBI single for Prado. And D.D. Gregorius is coming up.
He gets to it quickly, does Darren Ruff, but his throw is high, and he really doesn't give Ruiz any shot here. Look, he throws a real high one-hopper.
Ruiz made a nice play, too.
He makes a great play because it's a short hop. If he'd have, he almost got him, too. If he throws a long hop to him there, Carlos has a chance to catch it, get set, and make the tag. With the short hop, he had no shot.
All right, so now Gregorius, 2 runs are in here in the top of the 18th inning. That pitch is outside. It's 1-0. The other part of it, too, is this is 27 pitches for Wells.
Yeah. Well, like I said, it's getting to the point now where you're just in desperation, and it hasn't worked out here in this 18th inning.
Phillies will have Utley, McDonald, and Ruiz due up.
Once you have to go to a position player, you know, you're really in trouble, obviously. And 2 outs and nobody on base, and now it's falling apart. They just didn't want to go that route to bring him in.
There's ball 4. So the bases are now loaded. And now Gerardo Parra is coming up. Here comes Ryan Sandberg.
What about Ryan?
Just asked him do you have anything?
Yeah, that's the whole thing. You know, it's just such a tough thing to ask a player to do. What he's doing for him right now, but he really doesn't have any options.
No.
Just slap him on the back later and say thanks.
Yep.
You know, they had tons of chances to win this game a long time ago, and that
both
didn't
teams
happen.
did.
Exactly.
And they still have another chance too. They've got to get Parra out here though.
Right.
Because the bases are loaded. It's a 9-7 game.
They got real close to Cahill being up, but not yet. Next guy. But that would mean more runs.
balls, 2 strikes. Don't forget, coming up once this game comes to a close, Marshall Harris and Ben Davis have each taken a nap, so they'll be ready to go for the post-game show.
Marshall's hamstring will be healed at this point. Been waiting so long.
No balls and 2 strikes to Parra. Wells is ready. And it's 1-2.
Tough 35 pitches for an
Almost
outfielder.
out of gas.
Oh, yeah. That's why managers just hate to do this, to have to use a position player in a spot like this.
Two balls and 2 strikes. Out of play. And it remains 2-2. Whatever happens, you have to applaud him. I'm sure he stepped up and said, I can do this.
Right.
And he came out throwing strikes. I mean, his velocity was good.
He just walked the wrong guy.
Yep. And now the 2-2 pitch again. Another foul ball. Again, the Phillies in the bottom of the 18th inning. We'll have Utley, McDonald, and Ruiz. They still have a chance, trying to keep this string of walk-off victories alive.
How close they've come to so many times tonight to doing that, too.
Think about when Floyd led off with a double. That was in his 16th. 2-2 the count. Outside, 3-2.
Cahill knows he has a 2-run lead. He's a pitch away from having a 3 or more run lead.
Runners are going on the 3-2 pitch. So now they'll go back. Ground ball right side. That'll get into right field, a base hit. 1 run scores. Here comes the 2nd run as Prado scores. And it's now 11-7 in favor of the Diamondbacks. And Cahill will be the batter for Arizona. And Ryan Sandberg's coming out. That's going to be it. It's going to be McDonald, I think, that's going to come in to pitch.
To the pitcher.
So Casper Wells is going to have to stay in the game and go play left field. He's going to go play right field. They're going to move Darren Ruff over to left. Well, the fans are giving him a round of applause, and rightfully so.
Yeah, he gave it a shot.
Yep.
Had 2 outs.
Casper Wells is one of the nicest guys you're ever going to meet. And a very competitive guy, too. Although they'll pat him on the back, you can see it in his face that he's wishing he was able to get through it.
Well, he knows how close he came to getting through it, too.
There were some close pitches, too. So we'll take a break and be back. The Phillies down by 4. It's 11-7. John McDonald makes his debut as a pitcher. Major League career. He's a defensive whiz as an infielder. He's never pitched. Well, here's his first chance. And Cahill lines one to left field. That's going to be in for a base hit. So a run will score. Parra goes to second. So Cahill gets an RBI single. It's now 12-7 in favor of the Diamondbacks. And they have batted around, and here comes Pennington. He grounded out to start the inning. That run charged to the line of Casper Wells. That ball's hit back toward the middle. That's a base hit. They're going to hold Parra at third.
That's classy by Matt Williams right there. You know, it's just one of those. Why rub it in? See, he's looking at him. Cost the guy an RBI and all that, but that's a big league play right there by Matt Williams.
Pennington has walked 5 times tonight. That's a franchise record. Campana's walked 5 times tonight. That's a franchise record.
Yeah, they're going to be this is a Jason Stark game if there ever was one. When he finally sits down and goes through all that.
I would think this is, looking at that list, this is the first time that the Phillies have had 2 position players pitch in a game, right?
Oh yeah, this is crazy.
Switch takes a strike.
It's getting to the point where it's silly and it's a shame now, and you just hope that somehow they can get another out. And I'll guarantee you the D-backs do too, but they have to keep swinging away here. But what Matt Williams did right there just shows you how classy he is.
No balls, 2 strikes.
Guy that gets it.
So if he fouls it off to the right again.
But you can't expect their players not to go up there to home plate and swing away and try to do what they can do.
Yeah. 6 pitches, 6 strikes for John McDonald. In the dirt.
Carlos Ruiz back there catching 2 position players in this inning.
One-two pitch from McDonald. Inside, 2-2. Wow. Nearing the 7-hour mark. The 2-2 pitch. And a foul tip hung on to by Ruiz, and the side is finally retired. But 11 men come to the plate in this 18th inning. 2 different position players used by the Phillies, and the Diamondbacks have taken the lead. They lead it by 5 as we go to the bottom of the 18th. The bottom of the 18th inning. We're also zeroing in on the 700th pitch thrown in tonight's ball game. A game in which there have been two position players that have pitched for the Phillies. And there have been 34 hits, 19 runs, a boatload of walks. And Trevor Cahill, one of the starting pitchers for the Diamondbacks, is trying to finish off his fourth inning of relief. Casper Wells, he went 2/3 for the Phils. And then went back to the outfield. Then John McDonald, first ever opportunity he's had a chance to pitch, got the last out. Chase Utley will lead it off here in the bottom of the 18th inning. It'll be Utley, McDonald, and Ruiz. Utley rips the first pitch, foul.
Phillies with 12 hits in 17 innings. It's not a lot. Diamondbacks now with 22.
Not only that, with a lot of walks too.
Yeah, this one's a little crazy.
In the dirt, 1 ball, 1 strike. $18 walks issued, so 40 base runners.
Yeah, a bunch of them were intentional for both sides. Trying with all the strategy you had to try to do. Teams having pitchers having to hit.
Well, officially, this is the first game to go at least 7 hours since June 3rd, 1989. Dodgers and the Astros, a National League game, went 7 hours and 14 minutes.
22 innings for that one. Talked about that game at 4:41 that ended. Well, that's not the longest game in Phillies history because that was the second game of a doubleheader. That game only went 3 hours and something, I think.
It just might have been the longest day in Phillies
It was
history.
the longest day and night, yeah. Because all the rain delays.
Utley behind 1-2. Here's the pitch.
Oh, wow. That's like a T-bone out there. Look at that. That looked good.
Looks great. Bring it on up.
2 o'clock pizza. That's like
College.
The bar just closed.
Oh, man, Utley was nearly hit by that pitch, and McClellan says he went around. That's not you say that's not going to sit well, but he knew it.
Yeah, he knew he swung it. That was a nasty breaking ball there from Cahill. This ball has so much movement. Trying to hold up, and he went. It's an amazing sight down there right now, seeing them all up on the railing still.
Yep, it's great.
Everybody's out there.
No pitch. I'm not sure why there was no pitch, but there was no pitch according to Tim McClellan. So no balls, no strikes.
Yep, you see the home plate umpire Clint Fagan putting up no count. Terrific job by Cahill tonight. Their bullpen has done an amazing job, just the way the Phillies bullpen did. Really can't count what happened in the 18th inning as anything on the bullpen. Even though I guess those stats will go against your bullpen.
John McDonald, 5 hits and 49 at bats this year. Ground ball foul.
Worth waiting around all this time. I got a ball.
And the 2-1 pitch. Hard again. That area is getting a boatload of balls. Nice play by McKenzie.
Uh-oh.
Still got a beat on it.
Survival of the fittest right now.
Yeah. Last time baseball had 2 non-pitchers in a game. Last time the Phillies had 2 non-pitchers in a game was back in 1945. Ground ball to right side. 2 outs. Well, now Carlos Ruiz. A lot of guys contributed to what was an outstanding effort of attrition tonight from the Phillies team.
And they were ready to hop over the fence so many times.
So many times.
There's Casper Wells, who will wind up being the losing pitcher in this game.
When Tyler Cloyd led off the 16th with that double, that's, I think a lot of people thought, all right, that's it.
Yeah. And then think of the line drives they hit right after that.
Sure.
Never forget this night and morning.
1 ball and 1 strike.
Cahill keeps wanting an appeal to first, and they're not going to do it. Guys down there saying, you got enough runs, Cahill.
Outside, 2-1.
There's so many stories in this game, and that's one I'm right there with. Carlos Ruiz catches all 18 innings.
And a liner to left field. That's going to be in for a base hit. So Carlos keeps it alive. It leaks to the wall. He hesitated for a moment, but he'll go to second. And now Darren Ruff.
Cahill just trying to get this over. He's throwing a lot of sinkers right now. That was a high sinker. And Carlos nails it to left field for a double.
Darren Ruff 2 for 8 tonight. His night began with his average of 275. It's a 274. And he lines that one to left field, and that will do it. A game that took 7 hours and 6 minutes to complete. And the Arizona Diamondbacks have defeated the Phillies 12-7. Listen to the round of applause by the fans who stayed, who should give themselves a round of applause, as the Diamondbacks win it by 5 in 18 innings. Adam Eaton, 4 for 10, 2 RBIs, 2 runs scored. He turned out to have the game-winning hit tonight for the Arizona Diamondbacks in a game that featured 44 different players. And the D-backs wound up winning it 12-7. That's the final score. Diamondbacks have evened up this series. It just took a little longer than anybody anticipated.